Oh.
What?
Oh, neat.
Oh my god.
Hi, guys.
Our camera just turned off. Why? It just turned itself off.
I don't know. We just
Or-
went through all this trouble trying to hook up the new camera. And as soon as we started, it just turned off. I don't know. So that's kind of funny.
Can you guys hear us at least?
I hope you can hear us.
Can you hear us okay? Not if you can hear us.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Why? What was that?
I don't know.
It was on and going, and then it just turned off as soon as
So
we hit go.
weird. I don't know what's going
Okay, as long
on.
as you
Lord of mercy. Chid, what are you talking about? Surprise stream. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. It's Wednesday. I don't know how. What do you mean, no announcements? Announcements are the tradition on Twitch. What kind of announcements?
Yeah, what do you mean announcement? Like your notification on your phone?
Yeah, was it like where it sends you the "We've gone live" thing? Did that not happen? Tell me, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, we know the screen froze.
Yeah.
As soon as we started the stream, the camera that we just tried to hook up just shut itself off.
I'm just gonna go to this one for a second. Yeah, I don't know the camera.
So yeah, we
got it
I don't know.
going.
Shit. That's
and
why
then-
we were late, because we were trying to get the new camera hooked up, and it would only do like super wide angle, like fisheye,
Yeah.
and we were like,
And we couldn't turn it off.
that's not right. So we were trying to figure out how to take it from fisheye for the webcam and do like regular, and we were having a hard time figuring it out. So we're like, fuck it, we'll just use the other camera, and the other camera wouldn't even turn on at all. So then we were like, oh god damn it, now we have to figure out the other one. Jesus. And we thought we did until the moment that we started streaming, and then the camera just shut
as
itself off.
soon as the timer ended and we hit the next screen, it just turned off and beeped at us and went away. I don't even know how to get that off. Okay.
I don't know. But hey, we'll use this super high-tech, awesome camera that comes in the computer right now. So,
'Cause,
sorry.
Great camera. That's good. So yeah, we got low video quality today, but that's okay.
Yeah, Wednesday. I mean, we normally do Wednesdays. It's just last week, I had to prepare for the memorial that I was planning, and then the week before, Dusty had flown back from a trip, so it was not what we were going for. Is not doing the Wednesdays. So
Yeah.
those are the exceptions. Doing a Wednesday right now is not the exception right now. So. No, that was. Are we okay? It's very irritating, to be honest with you. I mean, it's fine, but it was just annoying because we just have a new camera and we were trying to have a new fancy camera,
Oh, we're just trying to use it.
and we thought, fuck it, we'll just have a ridiculous '90s fucking, music video fisheye lens, which showed like the entire fucking room. We're like, fuck it, we'll just do that, and now we have like the crappiest camera of all time. So sorry. We tried. We'll work on it though.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Hi,
Are you
Sarah.
stealing Jama's name for the night?
Sweet. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome.
Yeah. We're
Cool. I'm
on
happy to
this
have you guys at least.
Weird Wednesday. It's Weird Wednesday.
Oh, it's Weird Wednesday, and it's gonna be
Very weird.
weird.
Yup. Wednesday solitaire. Out the window.
Out the fucking window.
It's okay, Chid. We're going to get into some gruesome stuff tonight that you may be dipping out early anyway.
Yeah,
We might freak you out to where you're like, I'm going to go play solitaire.
Well, I thought about that. I was like, oh, this is gonna freak shit out. But I like to push you to the limits. We like to push to the limits and see how uncomfortable that we can make people with just shit that's real.
That's
it's
true.
real shit.
Yeah.
So we definitely put the graphic content warning up over there.
Yeah.
Just in case people are, I don't know, sensitive to weird things. Because we're going to be
things.
covering a lot of weird genetic anomalies tonight and weird, rare conditions that are things that you do not see very often.
Nope. Some of these
And-
you may have heard of. Hopefully, most of them you have not, and we'll be sharing new things with you.
Hopefully.
Shit, well, now I'm definitely afraid. Yeah, good. You know, I've always said it's good to know where your boundaries are, and the only way to find where your boundaries are is to cross them. And as soon as you cross your boundary, you go, yep, that was it.
Yeah.
So we're here to do that for you.
But you know what? It's all part of the human experience, and that is something that I think is important to take note of. That the human experience is filled with a lot of variable things that you never know what you're gonna get, you know. And then there's some people that are born in perfect health, and then some people have some bizarre things, and there's some very small anomalous things, and then there's some like really extreme anomalies. So let's start off. I would like to know, everybody in chat, did either of you guys have any weird anomalies? I know, some people were born with extra fingers. Some people, like myself, are double jointed. There's like just some things that people have that are just a little bit unique or different. So do any of you guys have anything that you could think of that would be considered anomalous or different?
No. Outside of my parasitic twin, I don't know.
Your ears stick out an excessive amount, which might be
No, they don't.
They really do.
No, they don't.
They really do. That's how he has supersonic hearing, dude. They stick out so much.
That's just a bonus of being sexy.
You can lick your own elbow and do the eyebrow wave. Oh, that's cool.
Okay. I can do the eyebrow wave.
I've never tried. Hold on.
Almost. It's weird looking at the screen and doing it because they go backwards. They don't. They don't go the way that they
flipped. Interesting. Okay. Oh, you have toe thumbs. Callie's got the toe thumbs. Interesting.
Toe thumbs.
Yeah, my ex had the like hammer thumbs or whatever. It's really interesting. They're wider. It's a not super common, but it's not super rare. But it is
like
a thing.
shorter or something.
Yeah, and they're like wider.
Oh.
It's interesting.
Okay. Isn't that a common trait amongst a certain not race, nationality? I thought, like, isn't there like I want to say it was Portuguese or Brazilian. Like, isn't there like a Portuguese thumb or something where it's like a little shorter?
I don't know. Not that I've heard of, but that's interesting. Okay, we can look it up.
Megan Fox has it. Okay.
Megan
Also, hello, Callie.
Fox. Toe thumb.
Gypsy. You start to sneeze when you're gonna puke. Okay, that's weird.
Weird.
That's a weird one.
See, I'm totally digging this. I'm digging all the fucking
Yeah,
weirdos.
that's the thing.
Because we all have some weird stuff going on.
Everybody's got weird things.
Okay, so let's see.
The toe thumb.
That's not a very good representative photograph here, but yeah, they're like just wider and shorter.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a. I want to say Portuguese.
See. Yeah, it's this kind of dealio.
Hey,
Yeah, I
H
don't
Money. H Money hiccups anytime they
Yo,
take a sip
H-Money.
of something carbonated.
Interesting.
Really?
That's so okay. So this is cool. I love talking about this shit with you guys. This is super fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so Crystal sneezes when she's gonna puke. H Money hiccups. I can recite the McDonald's song menu perfectly from the late 80s, but that probably doesn't count. I'm with you on that, where I have like weird memory for shit from forever ago that sticks in my fucking head. Dude, the other night after I picked Dusty up from the airport, we went to go eat, and We Are the World was playing at the fucking restaurant, which is like super weird. Like, how often do you hear that? Not often, ever. And I just started fucking singing all of it. And it's just so funny because, like, you don't hear that song very often at fucking
Not
all.
very often.
Nope. Not one
unless you
bit.
live in this house.
Okay, so let's see. What else? Is there any other strange things that anybody mentioned? Okay, looking of the elbow. I've heard that's a thing,
yeah.
but I don't know. Can I do that?
not assume so. You're close.
Why can I not like it? That
Because it's
sucks.
far away.
Damn it.
So close. I'm like super close.
But I can do a couple weird things. I am extremely double jointed. I have hypermobility in apparently all of my joints, which I found that out.
Learned that.
I didn't know. I didn't find out I was double jointed until I was maybe in like 5th grade or middle school or something like that. I just thought everyone's fingers did that and toes, and I found out that's not the case. But I thought that it was just my digits, my fingers and toes. And then as time went on, I realized more recently that my spine is hypermobile, my knees are hypermobile, my hips are hypermobile. So I have a lot of weird shit where I guess I'm just double jointed all over the place, which is
like-
annoying, to be
Sounds
honest.
like everything is hypermobile. Like your bone connections are
What
not.
about my elbow, though? I don't think my elbow is, which is interesting. I've seen some people go backwards. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it seems like
But
most
I don't
of them
think
are.
that's hypermobility. I think that would also come down to the shape of your joint too. It's not to say
Possibly.
that you wouldn't be able to do that if your bones were not hitting each other. But you have an elbow licking process? That's, okay, cool.
Princess says, has the screen changed yet? As far as like the camera, is it still showing that frozen image for you?
Oh yeah, it should be changed. If you refresh, if it's still frozen, I would refresh it because it's working on our end now. We went to our shitty webcam.
Yeah, it's showing on our
It's showing
Twitch
on-
stream that
Yeah, it's showing on ours.
you can see our super fancy camera that comes on the Mac, which is a very expensive Mac. You think they would figure out better camera technology for these computers, but
Seriously.
apparently that didn't. So, okay, Kirby was also talking about how you can use your toes as if they were your fingers. I also can do that too. I use my toes for a lot of things. I pick things up with my toes a lot. Like I have, I don't even think about it a lot of times. I just grab shit with my toes and I can use them
That's just being
better.
resourceful.
I think maybe so, so. But I have good toe grip, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. Welcome to your stream. Yay!
Welcome. And then
So
Kirby
and
also
my-
said that she can control her right eye independently.
That's interesting.
I can actually do that too. I can do. Here, wait, watch. If I go like this.
Oh, get out of town. Oh God, what the fuck?
That's weird. Weird. I've never seen myself do that. Okay, that was weird.
That's weird. I
the-
like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
'Cause
why
I used
tried
to
that. It
cross
hurt my
one
foot.
eyeball all
Oh
the
my
time,
God.
which it might be why one of my eyes is weaker than the other one. Maybe it's too much of that.
No shit. No fucking shit.
Yeah, I had a
Whoa,
teacher show me that,
that's
and like it was
weird.
my second grade teacher showed me that she could do that, and I was like, no way, and I went home and practiced
Oh
immediately.
my
I
God,
was
that's
like, I'm doing that.
crazy. Apparently, some people cannot do one eyebrow up too,
That's just weird.
and I don't know why they can't do that. Also, who can wiggle your ears? Apparently, a lot of people can't wiggle their ears, which that never even crossed my mind until I was in my fucking 30s and someone brought it up, and I was like, the fuck do you mean you can't wiggle your fucking ears? I constantly, especially to readjust my glasses, I'm always moving my ears to like readjust my glasses.
Well, that's handy.
Yeah, I
great.
can't imagine not being able to move your ears. I mean, it just seems like a
And
standard
they
practice.
move a lot,
Yeah, dude.
and like I can feel those muscles flexing, but my ears don't move.
That's weird. I heard something, I don't know if it's an old wives' tale or not, but I heard that in order to wiggle your ears, it's something that you have to do within the first like few years of your life, or your body doesn't know how to do it. Which I don't know. I never looked it up, so don't take my word for it. But I did hear that it's something that has to be done at a younger age, or you can't do it. But I don't know. That sounds kind of silly. I bet it's just genetic, but it's weird that why would some people have these muscles that work and some don't. Okay, Callie cannot wiggle the ear. Chid can wiggle the ear.
Like a Muppet. Is that like I picture like Rolf like flapping his head, and they're just like going. Like, is that?
Okay, Princess cannot wiggle ears. And then Sarah, when I try to wiggle my ears, I just end up waving my eyebrows. That's fucking weird. It's totally
That's
different muscles.
Yeah, wrong muscles.
Okay, so as it stands right now, only me and Chid are wigglers. Kirby and Crystal. Kirby cannot wiggle ears.
Yeah.
What? Crystal, can you wiggle your
I
fucking
think
ears,
my
dude?
grandfather's the only other person I know that could wiggle his ears.
Shut up. That's so weird. I also have a weird tongue thing that apparently a lot of people can't do. I will show you. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Chid. 24 months. Ow.
Sweet 24.
And Crystal can't do it either. So, Chid, me and you are the exceptions, I guess. We are the only ear wigglers.
You're gonna have like a ear
That's so
wiggle
weird.
off.
I'll fucking win.
I don't know. He can wiggle his like a muppet.
I'll win. That's so weird to think that people can't move their fucking ears. Yeah, I'm constantly like, I use them all the time. I do. I really
handy.
do. Yeah, I just kind of like, I'll like scrunch my nose and then move my ears back, and it kind of like moves my glasses back all the time. Yep. And if I look down, my glasses are a little loose. Sometimes they'll just fall right off, but if I flex my ears, it can help keep them in place more. Very handy.
I feel like mine are so big. If I could wiggle them, I could like fan myself with them. Cool off in the summertime.
I think you're right. Especially them being so big, it's like a disservice that they can't move, because that would be so much cooler.
What a jip.
Try to move them. Your throat is moving. Why is your throat moving? That's
Because
a totally
I'm
different
trying
thing.
to hit like these muscles.
It's almost the same as like eyebrow ones. Similar. It's up higher. It's just impossible, huh? Yeah. Wow.
I can wiggle my Adam's apple. Does that count?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, and I totally want to see Sarah. Sarah sent me a elbow video, which is going to be fucking great.
Sweet. We're sharing that live on the air.
We're going to share it live on the air. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me go back. Pause it.
Pause.
And I will do image share here. Okay. All right, this is going to be good. I'm excited.
Okay, first I intertwine my fingers, and then since you're double jointed, you can probably do this. I just put one wrist up, and then I put my elbow through.
Oh.
And then put my chin as far down as I can, and then Gene Simmons my tongue out.
Yeah.
No,
that
I'm
easy.
super close. That doesn't work.
Okay.
I can do
That's
that thing.
fucking awesome. Okay, I'm going to try it. We're going to try it live on the air.
Oh, I'm already trying.
That's what you guys are here
I'm
for.
still not doing it. I can do that thing though.
Okay, hold on. It's like this.
No, just put your arms out
Okay.
and then one elbow over.
One elbow. Oh,
Sammy can't even do that.
oh shit. Oh,
I was
that's
gonna
fucked up.
say like my arms are long and lanky. I feel like I can do that, but I didn't know if you would actually be able to do that.
Hold on. I'm going to do this.
I got closer.
Yeah, I don't think I can do with the
You threw
with
a ring
the
at me.
arms class. Hold on, I need to watch that again. Hold on, we're gonna watch that again. I need to know.
Yeah.
First,
Kirby's
I
like,
intertwine my fingers,
Okay.
Yeah.
and then since you're double jointed, you can
Intertwine.
probably do this. I just put one wrist up, and then I put my elbow through.
Oh, I can't put the
And
elbow through.
then put my chin as far down as I can, and then Gene Simmons my tongue out.
Damn, that's pretty good.
It's that easy.
I can't
It's
I
that
can't
easy.
twist like that. My shoulder doesn't do it. Oh, that's weird.
the chain gets in the way. I'm definitely closer to my elbow doing that.
I'm
That's
glad
a good
you
technique.
shared that though. Yeah. No, that was good.
Here's your
I
ring you
I
threw at
don't know
me.
why mine doesn't do that. It's weird. What?
Your ring you threw at me.
Oh shit! I flew a ring at Dusty. Shit.
Threw a ring at me trying to lick her
That's
elbow.
weird. Okay, so my weird tongue thing, and I want you guys to all try this too and see if you guys can do it. It's pretty weird. So I can stick my tongue out of my mouth and I can flip it over completely without pulling it back in. And apparently, a lot of people can't do that. Hi, Waybug.
Oh, highway bug.
Okay. Apparently, that is something more people can do, which I didn't know that. Okay, okay. All right, that's pretty good. You got it. Most people, their tongue automatically pulls back in. Yeah, for them to be able to
It's
do it.
hard to not. Kelly, oh my. Right? I can do this one with my tongue.
Oh, that's good. Oh.
I can make it talk.
Fun. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to eat you.
Nice to meet you.
And then the clover thing.
Princess. It's quite something. It is quite something.
Yeah, it's so interesting how our bodies are so different and so unique. And there's some standard things that the majority of people can do. And then there's just some weird shit that only some people can do. And I don't know how that happens. It's very weird. Yeah. The stream is taking a turn. But I felt like before we start talking about all this like crazy anomalies, like let's see what kind of like weird stuff and to kind of take a poll and see who can do what of these very like benign, bizarre things, you know? Now we know why. They married each other.
I just stumble on your OnlyFans page. I don't know. Will people pay for that?
So funny. So funny. Yeah, I guarantee you that trick that I just did does nothing super fun. It just looks cool. It's just
That
cool,
does look cool.
superhuman trick. Is anybody else double jointed? Do you have any other like people that can do that shit? Because it's super fucking weird, and you can pop them.
No. You. Aw.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
That one especially. Boop. It feels really weird
I bet.
doing that. Yeah, it's cool.
But that
But
was
yeah,
weird.
it's a fun thing.
That's fun. We are
So,
having fun.
We are having a good time. So neat. Okay, I'm glad we got through that. I know that interestingly, me and Chid can do the tongue thing too, and Chid can wiggle his ears. So me and Chid, I think, are on a team as far as that goes.
Yeah.
You have a tail. Oh, it'd be a lot cooler if you had a tail. Do you actually have a tail, or are you just saying you have a tail? Shit, I can flare my nostrils aggressively. Dusty too. Dusty has the biggest nostrils
They're already
ever.
big,
so flap them.
No, it'll blow the computer up. It's not good. It's too much wind.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Aggressively. I can flare them.
Aggressively.
But can you flare them like politely? Like, like friendly. Friendly flaring.
Princess says, I used to be able to touch my wrists with my thumbs, but age is now getting in the way of that.
Oh yeah,
I can do that for sure.
No, that hurts just thinking about doing that.
I can do that. It's weird.
What's the opposite of hypermobile? I have that. Stiff as hell. I think it's
yeah. Extra bones could have been a tail. Oh,
neat.
That's interesting. So do you have like extra bones that poke out of your coccyx that you can see right now?
Is it like an extra vertebrae, or is it?
It's cool having extra bones.
Just like floating hip bones, something. It's weird.
Interesting.
Yeah,
this is
Kirby.
so
Can we get some
interesting.
friendly flaring?
I can touch my ankle with my nose. Touch your ankle to your nose? I wonder if I could do that. I never tried.
I don't know about that. I feel like I used to be able to do that, probably.
You should try right now.
That hurts thinking about that.
Yeah, this is so weird.
Like, that hurts my back just thinking about doing that.
Is that spina bifida? I don't think so. Spina bifida is some kind of spinal column issue that usually causes paralysis in people
what was that?
and stuff. Yeah, I have our friend River. She's about 6 now, I think. 6 or 7 or something like that. And she was born with spina bifida, and she unfortunately can't walk, but she's the happiest kid of all time ever. That's 100%.
Oh yeah, spina bifida is where the section of the spinal cord and spinal nerves are exposed through an opening in the back. So like when they're born and like it's on the outside. Yeah. which is not good. It's like this, like when babies are born with their hearts on the outside. That's not a good scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, Kirby met River. She
Oh,
was
yeah.
just absolutely in love with Sarah.
I believe that.
It was the cutest thing ever. Oh, Hallie's here. Hi,
Aw.
Hallie.
Hi, Hallie.
Hallie loves River too.
Yep, that's true.
Perfect timing.
So she says.
Yeah, we were just talking about some of the bizarre things that we can do with our bodies that maybe other people can't do.
Yeah.
So, Hallie, I need to know, can you wiggle your ears? Because apparently there's only 2 of us in here that can wiggle ears, and there's only, I guess, it's way more no's than yes in the ear wiggling.
More nose than ears.
Yeah. Fuck it. Oh no. Damn.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah, she does love
That
River.
was fuck yeah to River, and that was a no. Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, shit, we're just more special then. We're just
Very
more special.
Super special.
Yeah. And Princess said, I did permanently inflame my tailbone, so I can't sit in one position for more than 20 minutes, and that's a lovely talent. That sucks.
Yeah.
And I fucking feel you on that, because I think probably cracked my tailbone when I was a kid, and thankfully for the past, I don't know, I would say close to a decade, it's been more chill. But for many, many, many years, for decades, it would just hurt. And sometimes when the weather changes, it would hurt. Or if I'm sitting in one position for too long, like sometimes it would get really painful. Or it would be like a stabbing kind of thing. And I'd be like, what the fuck? So sometimes that shit just doesn't go away. Well, that's too bad. Okay, my dad was the first baby born with his internal organs in a sac on the outside.
What?
And was the first to survive the immediate operation to have them put inside and survive. That is
What?
incredible. Whoa.
And that goes more along the lines with what we're talking about.
Yeah, he's in the medical books. That's super, super
Yeah.
interesting. Chid says it's fucking on. Chid's going to start playing Survivor and working out your ears.
Yep.
That's cool. We're going to have some kind of ear wiggle off when you come here. It's going to be cool. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but we're going to figure something out. It's going to be very entertaining.
Yeah.
I'm glad I at least have one other wiggler on the team. That's cool.
And he was a
We're
twin?
special.
Wow. All
That is
kinds of
so
rarities going on
interesting,
there.
Princess. That's so interesting.
Yeah. That's crazy.
A whole sack of the organs. Wow, that is crazy. I can't imagine having a child and being like, "What the fuck?" Like having no idea that is about to happen. That would be absolutely horrifying.
My baby's inside out.
Yeah, and then hoping there's a surgeon there good enough to be able to
Yeah.
perform that in that moment on a
Yeah.
newborn baby.
And then
Fuck.
hoping that they don't get injured during the birth, like being on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Supposed to be on the inside.
Wow. That's,
that's
really
crazy.
interesting, Princess. I'm glad you shared that
Yeah.
with us.
Trippy.
So yeah, there is just so many strange things that the human body can do, and it's got to make you wonder why some of them are so rare. Like it is so rare. What causes this to happen? I just don't know. It's got to be some kind of just weird gene failure. But the fact that there's so many people on this planet, and the 99.99999% of people don't have some of these anomalies. It just shows that everybody's unique and different,
Yeah.
and
There's always weird
some
things that
people
happen.
get
man.
luckier than others at times.
It's Isis. Isis, say hello to Crystal.
Oh, she didn't
purred.
say shit.
She purred a little bit.
So,
Coming in.
okay, we've got like a little countdown that has like 15 unreal mutations and medical conditions. So, we're going to check that out, and then we'll go into some of them more in depth because it kind of goes through them pretty quickly. But we can talk about any of them or look more deeply into any specific ones that we might want to. In the 1930s, he was a slightly sickly child compared to his twin and affected his relationship with his dad. Aw,
That's a bummer.
that sucks, dude.
Isis Sarah says hello too.
That's crazy.
She just purrs.
Well, we'll take it. At least it's not so fucking loud. So, okay, let's Let's see. We're gonna check out this little video here.
Crystal, do we have to subscribe to your OnlyFans to see that?
Hypertrichosis is a condition that results in the excessive growth of hair all over the body. While there is no cure for hypertrichosis, it can be managed with medication, laser treatments, and electrology. Some people think it's where the legends of lycanthropy and werewolves come from.
Fair enough.
Epidermolysis plasia verruciformis is a genetic skin condition characterized by the growth of tree-like scales on the hands and feet. The growths can turn cancerous, and there is no effective treatment for this disorder. And while surgery can remove the growths, the warts will return in just a few weeks. Vessel blockage and the accumulation of fluid is the cause of the condition known as scrotal lymphedema. It is painful and can lead to chronic infection, but it is treatable with radiation and surgery. In 2013, a man with an extreme case had a 132-pound scrotum that interfered with his mobility, and it was successfully removed with surgery.
More than I've ever
Top half little girl, bottom half serpent. Serpentosis melionorsis is a syndrome that causes the lower body to take a reptilian form. Luckily, this is a completely made-up syndrome and a hoax, most likely used to attract tourists and pilgrims to give money to the family of afflicted in a form of a modern freak show.
Not a bad hoax, though.
This leg does look like a deflated balloon, but it's misshapen from Paget's disease, a condition that disrupts the body's ability to replace new bone tissue, and the risk of being affected by this disease increases with age. About 1 million people in the United States have this disease, and it is treatable with medication and surgery. In the article on Paget's disease, it's recommended that you take 1,200 milligrams of calcium and 400 international units of vitamin D every day to keep your bones strong. These are pictures of people born as conjoined twins, also known as Siamese twins. The first documented case was drawn in a painting that dated back to 1493. There are many forms of this birth condition where twins are born physically attached to one another, sometimes sharing some of the same organs
Crystal,
such as
I
the
thought that was
heart
weird
or
too.
digestive system. Depending on how severe the joining is, surgical separation may be possible. Hydrocephalus is a disorder where excessive fluids build up in the cavities of the brain. Infants have much softer bones, and their skulls will grow as the cavities fill. Not much is known as to what causes hydrocephalus. Sometimes it's caused by head trauma, but it can be treated with surgery.
It's like the Mars attack aliens.
Leprosy is an infamous disease found in the Bible and other famous literature. It's also a chronic infection and now curable with a cocktail of modern antibiotics. Contrary to popular belief, leprosy does not cause body parts to fall off, but the infections can lead to fingers and tissue to be deformed and shortened. January 30th is World Leprosy Day. This poor guy suffers from a condition called subcutaneous phycomycosis. It's caused by a fungal infection of the deeper layers of the skin. It can be successfully treated by an antifungal medication. The culprit organism lurks in rotting vegetation in tropical countries like the Republic of Mali. No, it's not a second brain in the back of this 8-year-old Colombian boy. It's a gigantic, life-threatening mole, and it made up a fifth of the boy's body weight. Diagnosed in 2011 with congenital melanotic nevus, doctors worried that this mole might become malignant and successfully removed it. The boy and his family now live in London and run a charity to support other children with this condition. What do you do when anytime you get hurt, your body replaces the damaged muscle with bone? Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva is a real condition where the body does just that. It's sometimes called Stone Man syndrome. It's diagnosed with genetic testing, and it's extremely rare, with 1 to 200 cases being reported. There is no known effective way to treat or manage this condition, though steroids can help with the flare-ups. Neurofibromatosis type 1 is a syndrome where your body is covered in bubble-like non-cancerous tumors. There is no known cure, but there are treatments such as surgery, radiation, or chemotherapy that can improve the sufferer's quality of life. There are currently 100,000 people diagnosed with the condition living in the United States. Granum-Fruman pedantitis is an inherited condition characterized by corn kernel-like lesions on the bottom of the feet. It looks extremely painful, especially when wearing heels. While there is no known cure, there is only one reported case and can be managed with steroids, corn kernel shuckers, and pedicures. There isn't much information on this picture, so please let it be a hoax. If you have blue skin and you're not the victim of a
Oh, we
video
talked about that guy
colorist,
recently,
you will
actually.
want to visit the doctor immediately. You may have a rare blood disorder called methemoglobinemia, when an unusual amount of methemoglobin, a form of hemoglobin, is present in your blood. With this condition, the hemoglobin that carries oxygen is unable to release it to the surrounding tissue, turning the skin blue. There are a couple of variations to this disorder, and it is treatable and manageable. Blue skin may also be the
That was
result
the
of
Claudia
silver
Silver guy,
poisoning,
though.
which
Yeah.
is still grounds to see a doctor. Quickly.
Quickly.
This picture represents the
Oh, yeah,
heartbreaking
progeria.
truth of reality.
That's super
Progeria
interesting.
is an extremely rare genetic disease with symptoms that resemble accelerated aging. Children with progeria
Grandpa's
live
me.
between 13 to 20 years and eventually succumb to strokes and heart problems.
Damn.
There is no known cure for progeria.
Yeah, that backwards aging.
It's
It's
not
so
backwards, it's
interesting.
advanced.
Oh, you know, you're right.
Benjamin
right.
Button was
That's what it is.
backwards,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's
yeah. No,
But-
you're totally right.
But yeah, it's advanced aging, which is trippy because their body ages. That's why they like end up stroke or heart attack or something because their organs are aging, and
Right,
they
right.
end up suffering things that older people suffer from.
That one kid that they showed, though, I saw a TED Talk with him one time, and it was really cool. He's a cool kid. Did you ever watch that one? It was really great. He was very positive and very willing to share his story and everything. I thought that was really great.
Yeah, it was pretty uplifting. Yeah.
So yeah, okay, that was some interesting ones.
I was gonna say the tree guy, the wart thing. I felt really bad for that guy whenever all that came out when he first hit media, because I don't know if you remember, but they were worshiping him as like a tree god essentially because he was like the tree man in this like local village that he was in, and they were worshiping him, and it was seen as like a gift from the gods. And then they brought in camera crews and stuff to film him and to figure out what was going on, and they found out that it was like extreme warts, and it was not as glamorous as being worshipped as a tree god. And then he got blown out like all over media and stuff, and everybody knew that that's what it was. And it was like wasn't it like extreme was it gonorrhea? Not gonorrhea. What's the I forgot what the disease was. I think you got a video of him. We'll go into it a little bit deeper, but yeah, he was HPV. There you go. Yeah, and he was being worshipped as like it was a gift from the gods, and like he was one with nature type of thing. And then they found out what it was, and it was not good and not pretty.
No.
And all the world was just like, oh, and got all grossed out. But it started out as a fun thing, a nice thing, and did not go very well.
Not so much. Well, I do have this video, What Happened to the Tree Man. We should check that out.
Okay.
Since that's perfect timing.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah, he would make a great group.
Lives in a small fishing village in Indonesia. For more than 10 years, he has struggled with a mysterious disease that has left him unable to work or be a real father. Day's brother-in-law, Emun, and his father fear that with the disease spreading over his body, Day will soon become completely disabled.
Lama berjabah si ada resep ngusupnya. Kayak ngingilu gini kabi sok ngingilu betul lah ngusup oke gitu nampokeun lah gini. Orang mencaga ayam bisa ngusupnya batur.
Oh, poor guy.
Hi, welcome everyone again. I'm Mike Alanos. Thanks to Lynn Berry for filling in. And we can come back to this. That's Day Kaswar, better known as Tree Man. We're featuring his story as part of our medical mystery series. Now, the Indonesian man has spent much of his life covered in tree-like growths. You see some of them there. His struggle began, he's 15 years old, he gets cut on the knee in an accident. A small wart popped up on his lower leg, then spread uncontrollably. Now, the growths on his arms can weigh 12 pounds alone. He's had insects living inside them for several years. And he was able to earn a living as a builder and a fisherman, but he was forced to abandon those jobs because his condition had worsened. He ended up taking a job on a traveling freak show. Eventually, his wife of 10 years left him after it became impossible for him to support her and the two kids. But what
She
caused
left him
those
for that?
mysterious growths?
Not his
Believe it or not, a rare genetic defect that prevented him from fighting off the HPV virus, human papillomavirus. 2008, Tree Man underwent surgery to have over 4 pounds of the warts removed from his body, and since then, he's been able to regain partial use of his hands.
Okay, that's
Again,
That's nice.
fascinating story. I know you're doing a double take here at home. And joining us to talk about it, Dr. Richard Furshine specializes in preventative medicine. Among the headlines with this, doctor, is HPV is at the root of this. How is that?
Yeah, I mean, this virus has been in the news recently because it has been implicated in Michael Douglas's case of esophageal cancer. It's also been a problem associated with cervical cancer. And it's a common problem that millions of people face every year when they're dealing with common everyday warts. This particular individual, Didi, could not fight this infection because he had a rare immune deficiency.
Okay, so then how did it become what we see today, and the gross and the tree man moniker and all of that?
Well, basically what happens with human papillomavirus is it attacks very specific cells in the body called keratinocytes, and they produce substance called keratin. That's the substance that is present on your fingers when you get calluses, and when viruses like HPV affect your skin, you get those growths, those wart-like growths.
So fucking
So
intense.
when keratin is overproduced, it produces this continual production of this particular substance, which leads to these horns that developed over many, many years.
Got it. And we're looking at before and after shots here after the surgeries. How do you treat this? Is surgery the only option? Is there anything else can be done, doctor?
Well, this was a huge debate at the time. The doctor from the United States, Dr. Gaspari, who went over to Indonesia, was a medical doctor here, believed very strongly in using medical approaches to it, medications to help fight the infection, because these viruses tend to replicate and return very easily. And the doctors in Indonesia felt that they needed to cut it off. Eventually, they came up with a solution that helped with both cases. In situations that are present in everyday individuals here at home or around the world, we recommend that people use topical agents like salicylates for warts. You can use compounds, more serious medications like Aldera. In the office, we'll often use cautery or laser treatments, or actually surgically remove it. In his case, it looks like he needed both, and the treatment, while delayed for many years, seems to have been successful, at least in reducing the problem.
Yeah. Is there a cure?
There's no cure for human papillomavirus. That's why in the case of the virus, one of the 100 viruses that can attack human beings, that's why in the case of genital warts or the kind of HPV that causes cervical cancer, why doctors are so insistent about getting the vaccine before the virus infects the individual. That will prevent, in that case, the cancer from developing.
Okay. Dr. Richard Furshine, thanks again. A fascinating story here. It's the story of a tree man. That's the moniker we're talking about here. Again, just a fascinating case. Thanks again. Coming up, another fascinating story. In our 2 o'clock hour, you may remember the story of Connie Culp. She survived a murder attempt by her husband, but lost half of her face from a shotgun blast. Well, the doctor who performed her surgery, the first face transplant of its kind in the U.S., going to be joining me. Don't miss this woman's incredible story and that
really
doctor's firsthand account. That's coming up in the next hour. All right. And next week, by the way...
Face transplant. That's nuts. Wow. Dude, that is so
Yeah, that's cool. I never saw a follow-up as
intense.
to what happened to that guy.
Yeah, me neither. I'm glad that I
Glad they were able to
found
at
that.
least remove a lot of it, at the very least.
I mean, those were just, his hands were just so crazy, and just lugging them around everywhere, saying they're like 12 pounds a piece.
Yeah.
You're just holding 12-pound weights
Yeah.
constantly. So that's definitely better. That poor guy.
Yeah, that poor guy. That's rough.
That is super sad. I can't imagine having to go through life with a condition like that.
Yeah.
And then it just happened because he cut himself
Yeah.
one time, and
When he
now
was, like,
you're
15.
like crazy tree guy.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's rough.
Yes.
And then his wife left him. That's a bummer.
I know. That's a super bummer.
You can't provide for me and the children. I'm leaving. Great thanks.
Yes. Okay, should we do the weirdest one right now? Should we just go into it? So weird.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really curious about this one. So we didn't preview all of these videos. I wish we did. So we're going to be learning some of this stuff with you.
Also learning.
I never heard of this. Have you guys heard of walking corpse syndrome?
Cool. I had never heard about it either.
It sounds very interesting, where people think that they're actually dead. They're not dead, obviously, but they feel like they're dead. And it's super fucking weird. So we're gonna check this one out. Okay, Chid has.
Chid's heard about it. Okay.
Fake zombies. Yeah, they're totally fake zombies because they, for whatever reason, believe that they are not alive anymore. So,
Weird. That's
yeah,
weird.
it's super fucking weird. So I'm curious to watch this video and learn a little bit more about this specific condition, because I don't know what would prompt something like this. It's very bizarre. And I'm not sure if it's something that is like psychological or if there's something physical that's happening in the brain that mimics some kind of response or lack of response or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it'll explain in the video.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I read a little bit
Codard
about it.
syndrome, affectionately known as walking corpse syndrome, is a fairly interesting, rare mental syndrome. And how many times can I say syndrome in a row? Like 20 times. This person will inherently believe that pieces of their body, intestines, brains, blood, really anything that keeps them alive and in the land of the living is no longer a part of them. This despite tests run on individuals showing that they are in fact actually alive. People will exhibit this strange ailment and will continue to believe that they have already died and that the doctors are lying to them. This blur between life and death continues to confound the medical community and relatively is understudied because of its rarity. But today we'll be talking about this physical reason for this misfiring in the brain. I will also be bringing on Mrs. Roanoke, who will be pursuing her master's, or is pursuing her master's currently, in clinical mental health, and will be graduating in December, or would have been had it not been for current events. So she's somewhat of a professional on this, or at least a better one than me. In 1880, neurologist Jules Codard described the condition le délire des négations, which I'm terrible at French, so don't kill me for that, or delirium of negation. In its most mild form, it's a psychiatric syndrome, and it would be characterized by despair and self-loathing. The most severe forms of this disease include delusions of negation or chronic psychiatric depression. While conducting these studies into the strange mental disease, the case of a certain individual was included and said to be a woman who denied existence of the parts of her body known as somatoparaphrenia. This is the denial of ownership of a limb or entire side of one's body. Even though she was provided with proof that this limb is attached to her body, and it was undeniable that it was there, much like Patrick with the wallet when Man Ray tried to give it back, they do not accept ownership of it. She went on to say that she was condemned to eternal damnation and therefore could not die a natural death. Due to this delusion, she continued to not eat, which ultimately she would meet her end because of starvation. The disease is fairly interesting, one, as it really shows how carefully and delicately the brain is pieced together, all parts working in conjunction with one another to give an individual a sense of reality. Should one section of the brain be out of line or even working at a decreased rate, this can cause a person to experience a wildly different reality and also block the absorption of information into the brain as a result. So how does walking corpse syndrome come about? Well, the pathophysiology behind it has its roots in psychology as much as physicality. I will be discussing the psychology behind it a little later on with Mrs. Roanoke, but considering I am the biologist, let's get to that sweet, sweet physical workings of the brain, which I personally believe causes everything. When a brain is depressed, this can wreak havoc on the functioning of the body and perception of the world around that person. Specifically, when the brain of this person has experienced the effects of walking corpse syndrome, there is a neural misfiring in the fusiform face area of the fusiform gyrus. Now, this is assumed it may be the cause, but many with this disease of the brain are usually kind of experiencing much more complex issues than just one specific section of the brain not working properly. To expand upon that, the fusiform face and gyrus are on the underside of the brain, so if you take like the base of your skull, it's going to be just above that, and that's where you will find this section of the brain. This area is known to be responsible for recognizing faces of others and of yourself. When you look into like a mirror or you look into a crowd, you can always spot people you know, or you can spot yourself. However, it's not just enough for the brain to recognize itself or others, but also attach feeling and meaning to that recognition. This is why you are happy when you see friends and family, depending on if it's a good thing seeing them, and are much more indifferent when you see a stranger. The area of the brain responsible for this attachment and meaning is the amygdala. The amygdala amygdala is located deeper within the brain and is a part of your limbic system. Now, based on the information, you would assume that these two areas of the brain are responsible, and this is due to the misfiring between the neurons, and this is the syndrome. But in reality, there are other parts of the brain that work together. This is where it starts getting kind of a little more complicated. In some cases, it is known that lesions around the parietal lobe of this person can cause these symptoms. In others, frontal lobe damage has had this effect, inducing this line of thinking. While physical damage is a possibility concerning this disease, in others, seizures have been known to induce this ailment. There was a story of a man whose brain was injured after a motorcycle accident, and after his discharge, his mother took him to South Africa. He was convinced that he actually went to hell. The heat of the place told him that he had died and went there, and while there, his mother's spirit was tasked with guiding him around the hellish plane of existence that he would ultimately be stuck in forever. There's also an article written about a 14-year-old epileptic boy who experienced Cotard syndrome. After his seizures concluded, he would express themes of death, chronic sadness, and decreased playtime, as well as social withdrawal and disturbed biological functions. About twice a year, he would suffer these episodes that lasted between 3 weeks and 3 months. And in the course of each episode, he concluded everything around him, including himself, the trees, whatever, was all dead. And during these times, he could also experience no pleasurable stimuli. It would appear that depression and bipolarism have their hand in this disease. Depressed neural states are not just a feeling. They're quite literally when your brain is not firing as many electrical signals and is not really as excitable as normal. Bipolarism causes people to swing between excitable states and depressed states depending on severity. But why might this cause Cotard syndrome? When a brain enters a depressed state, say after damage to it or following a seizure, neurons are no longer communicating. With its communication at a low point, this is where the symptoms come from. The fusiform area entering a depressed state would mean that physically a person is taking in information through their eyes when they see themselves or others, is then transmitted to the occipital lobe, but when the area of the brain for recognition should be operating and understanding, okay, that's me, it doesn't. And when the person doesn't recognize it as them or someone they recognize, this is where these issues come from. On top of this interesting issue, let's say that the amygdala in this particular person is depressed. This person would recognize themselves, recognize others, but there is no feeling of familiarity to them. So looking at their arm, their legs, their body, they would kind of see it as theirs, but instead of understanding it's alive and a part of them, their brain is not receiving a sense of familiarity, so they assume these portions of their body to be dead. So you are starting to see why everything you think and do, even if it's just a piece of your brain that is shut down, it can completely alter your view of reality concerning your body. In fact, there's actually a story about somebody who had a PET scan where their brain was essentially mimicking the same type of scans as somebody who was in a vegetative state. So why is it some people in vegetative states are literally vegetables, but others are still walking around and talking and interacting? They just think they're dead. Cotard syndrome is also encountered with people with psychosis and schizophrenia. Joining me today is my lovely fiance, Erica, and she is currently, and I think I told you guys this, she's getting her, what is it?
I'm getting my master's in clinical mental health.
Right.
Professional counseling.
Basically, after talking to her, it's not a disorder, it's a syndrome. Mm-hmm. So just remember that, because there's a difference. I didn't know that. But what is the difference between a disorder and a syndrome?
Right. Well, a disorder is something that impairs functioning. It is diagnosable, and it impairs day-to-day life and causes significant distress.
So now you know the difference. But then why is schizophrenia associated with walking corpse syndrome? And why is that, not a disorder in itself?
Right. Well, as you stated, Cotard syndrome is not in the DSM. It's a syndrome, and a syndrome is a cluster of symptoms, right? So you have a disorder, which is a whole pie, and a syndrome could be a piece of that pie. It could be associated with schizophrenia, not necessarily saying that it is. It could be associated with a number of mental disorders in the DSM, but it mainly could be associated with schizophrenia because of the nature of the delusions and having delusions in the first place, as well as hallucinations and things like that.
So for everybody that doesn't know what schizophrenia actually does, there's something called ventricles within your brain, and what ends up happening is people who have schizophrenia, those ventricles, it kind of expand and they eat away at brain matter, and one of the places that they're located is the limbic system. So as this kind of expansion happens, it eats away at parts of the limbic system, and that begins to degrade the neural tissue around that area. So, as we know, with the amygdala, if it's running in a depressed state, it no longer has that familiarity that people once knew. So people are that it had initially. So when they look at people,
Hey,
they're
plain
no longer
toast.
familiar. When they look at their own body, it's no longer familiar to them.
Yeah, thanks
It's
for that
extremely
resub.
real to them too.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
15
So, can you
months.
diagnose a patient with Coder syndrome, or do you have to diagnose them with something
We're talking
else?
about
You do
walking
have to
corpse
diagnose them with a
syndrome
disorder
right
that
now.
is in the trusty DSM. This is the DSM-5, which is the latest version. So no, you cannot diagnose them with Coder syndrome.
Or as it's known, the Bible of mental health.
The Bible of mental health. Yes.
So, how would you treat these symptoms of specifically schizophrenia that causes
Okay.
Coder syndrome?
Yeah, so a big part of treating
Ice pick lobotomy.
schizophrenia, like any psychotic disorder, would be medication management. Antipsychotic medications, things like that, taking your medication on time, making sure that you take it every day. Or there's a great new thing out in the mental health field called an Invega shot, Invega Sustenna shot, which it's a shot monthly or tri-monthly that you can get so you don't have to keep up with taking the medication, as well as going to counseling, whether that be inpatient, outpatient, face-to-face group, and learning life skills as well.
So, also, I would assume that the medication stops the degradation of neural tissue around the ventricles.
Somewhat. It slows it down because schizophrenia is the degradation of the brain over time. So really what it does is, I'm not kind of sure biologically how in adequate terms, but it stops the delusions and the hallucinations and largely the negative symptoms, kind of like the flat effect, catatonia, things like that. And you can experience breakthrough symptoms, which are some delusions, some hallucinations, and things like that.
So, is depression prevalent with schizophrenia?
Depression would be prevalent in schizoaffective disorder.
Okay. What's schizoaffective disorder?
Schizoaffective disorder is when you have schizophrenia, symptoms of schizophrenia, and symptoms of a mood disorder, like bipolar disorder, depressive disorder. You can have schizophrenia and have a certain type of schizophrenia, or schizoaffective disorder, which could be depressive type.
Okay, makes sense. Very interesting stuff. All right, well, I want to thank Erica for coming on today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks for listening.
Appreciate you coming on and kind of talking about this, because, I mean, I'm good with the biology stuff, but it's kind of nice to have somebody who's good with the psychology.
Yes.
Because it's a little outside my field of expertise.
Yes.
But if you guys did enjoy, let me know. Maybe we'll be able to do this again in the future, kind of bring her on for the psychology of things. If you hated it, let me know, because I do need to know these things. I'm trying to bring back the
I
second
will
channel.
say that it didn't go into as many of the details about the actual, like, experiences of the people, which
Yeah.
was a little more of what I was hoping to
Just want to hear more about
understand.
how it affects the people. Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, that was cool learning the science behind it and understanding, some of that. But I don't know. I feel like this other video I have, there's like two. One's real short, one's a little bit more intensive. Not super intensive, but hopefully it will give a little bit more information about that, because I'm really fascinated by this. Like what that would be like from that person's perspective.
Yeah.
This is super fucking weird. Because to just not be able to feel like you're alive and to think somebody's tricking you into telling you that you're alive, that's so interesting. Yeah. It's so interesting. And it can be caused by either schizophrenia or specific area, like brain damage of the brain. So there's different ways to go about it, which I guess
some
makes
kind
sense.
of psychosis or it's a weird way to exist, like to feel like you're dead. You're walking around, you can see yourself walking around, but you feel like you're dead. And the one that he was talking about, of the guy that they did the brain scan on, and his brain showed that he was in a vegetative state essentially, but he was walking around and talking, showed that there was just a way less activity in his brain than what there should have been. And that guy, he was quoted as telling the doctors like that the pills he was taking weren't going to work, because he got it after trying to kill himself. He took some kind of electrical appliance into a bathtub with him, and he woke up and thought that he had died, and he was telling the doctors that the pills wouldn't work because he fried his brain in the bathtub. But whenever they did the brain scan, all the doctors were shocked to see that it was showing that he should be in a vegetative state. Like there was very minimal activity in his brain.
That's so
which is
weird.
very weird.
So
But I guess
bizarre.
if that activity is shut down in the right parts of the brain, like the guy said, like if you're not seeing yourself as familiar and no one else, you know, like it kind of makes sense, I guess, where you'd be like, this isn't real. Like I'm dead, obviously, but that's a weird way to exist.
Yeah. It really is. Okay, so we'll check out this other one where they did a neat little cartoon to illustrate the things, which should be interesting to watch. Princess says look up info for it under the side D. It's more practical info as opposed to research type info based on the type of degree. Okay.
Huh?
Side D.
I don't know what
Okay.
side D is.
You are going to
Oh,
die.
shit.
I'm sorry if that came
That
as a
was all
shock.
spooky. Came out
But
of
sooner
nowhere.
or later, it's gonna happen to all of us. Around 150,000 people die every day, coming to a total of about 55 million every year. But
hopefully
don't
this will
freak
be-
out. After it's happened, you won't even realize it. That's kind of comforting, right? Well, unless you suffer from the Cotard delusion, also known as Cotard syndrome, and the slightly more dramatic walking corpse syndrome. If you're one of the tiny percentage of people who suffer from this mental condition, you believe you're dead long before you actually die. That's right, the Cotard delusion is an extremely rare mental disorder that causes a number of strange symptoms. Today, we're going to talk about what it exactly is, how you can diagnose it, and some stories from real people who suffered from the disease.
Cool,
First,
that
the
sounds good.
symptoms. One major sign of experiencing the Cotard delusion is a sense of severe nihilism. No, we're not talking Nietzsche and Rick Sanchez. We're talking a completely lack of existential meaning. People suffering from the Cotard delusion might believe that nothing around them truly exists, including themselves. This is also known as existential skepticism. This is not to be confused with solipsism, wherein the sufferer believes they and they alone exist. People with the Cotard delusion can believe everything from the fact that they're currently dying or rotting away to the idea that they never even existed in the first place. Despite being so rare, the Cotard delusion is a surprisingly wide umbrella. While some believe that the whole of them is dead or missing in action, for others it's a lot more selective. They believe parts of them are missing, failing, or disappearing, such as limbs, internal organs, or even more intangible aspects of the self, like the mind or the soul. It's a disease full of contradictions, with sufferers believing they're alternately immortal and already dead. This can be dangerous as sufferers start to neglect some of the basic activities we need to survive, like eating, drinking, performing basic hygiene, and sleeping. After all, why worry about your health when you're dead already, right? Sufferers can believe that they've transitioned into a kind of highly disappointing afterlife that just happens to look a whole lot like their previous life. Some also believe they're wandering ghosts who don't belong on the mortal plane, and other people just haven't realized it yet. Sixth Sense style. Many believe that they're just straight up living zombies, shambling across the earth and waiting to fall apart. In 2008, a 53-year-old woman suffering from the Cotard delusion even asked to be taken to the local morgue where she'd feel more at home with the other corpses.
Okay.
But the
Out,
whole
man.
being dead
Fuck.
thing isn't the only symptom of the Cotard delusion. It's actually a pretty complex symptomatic web, comorbid with a number of other more common mental disorders. People with the Cotard delusion are also likely to experience a mounting sense of anxiety and dread that naturally accompanies feelings of impending death. For this same reason, they're also likely to experience a sense of severe depression. People with the condition are also likely to feel an overwhelming sense of guilt that they don't fully understand, as well as hypochondria or health anxiety that makes them believe they're suffering from various make-believe ailments. This can sometimes even extend to straight-up visual and auditory hallucinations, such as some cases reporting voices in their head telling them that they've died or were about to die. Another more serious issue is that people experiencing the Cotard delusion have a tendency towards self-harm and suicidal ideation. For many people suffering from the disease, life can feel either utterly pointless or extremely confusing and distressing. Sufferers may self-harm in order to test whether they can experience sensation, to cut rotting or diseased parts of themselves, or simply to hasten the process of dying for real. If not treated, having a protracted bout of the Cotard delusion can lead to serious real-life consequences. In most cases, the disease progresses in 3 distinct stages: germination, blooming, and chronic. In stage 1, the germination stage, the victim experiences the psychotic depression and hypochondria. In the second stage, the blooming stage, the victim will develop the full-blown Cotard delusion, complete with all the nasty side effects. In the final stage, known as the chronic stage, after having the illness for some time, the victim experiences the most severe delusional thought patterns, chronic depression, social withdrawal, and a complete split from reality. Needless to say, this is not a pleasant process to experience firsthand. So, at this point, you're probably wondering, how exactly does one get the Cotard delusion? How was something so strange and rare even discovered? And is there any way to treat it? Well, the Cotard delusion often comes as a package deal with other physical and mental conditions. Though in a few exceptional cases, it's manifested as an adverse reaction to the herpes medication acyclovir. Psychological risk factors include suffering from bipolar disorder, postpartum depression, catatonia, schizophrenia, psychotic depression, dissociative disorder, and depersonalization disorder. While, once again, the condition is extremely rare, people suffering from those disorders do incur a greater probability of falling victim to the Cotard delusion. The same goes for the people experiencing the following physical ailments: traumatic brain damage, strokes, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, severe migraines, epilepsy, dementia, brain infections, and brain tumors. It's highly unlikely you'll develop the Cotard delusion if you don't tick at least one of the aforementioned boxes. Statistically, sufferers of the Cotard delusion are also typically older than age 50, though cases presenting in younger people aren't unheard of. The sheer rareness of the Cotard delusion makes it extremely difficult to identify and diagnose in most cases. In fact, so few people have been affected that it's hard to accurately say how many people are presently suffering from the condition worldwide, though some experts say the number is probably around 200. In terms of diagnosis, because the Cotard delusion isn't technically an official psychiatric designation, the conclusion is typically reached by simply ruling out every other possible option. Normally, the idea of the Cotard delusion is more diagnostically useful as a symptom for some of the conditions we were talking about earlier, rather than as a disease in and of itself. And this begs the question, how does such an insanely rare condition ever become known in the first place, rather than just slipping through the cracks of medical history? Well, for that, we can thank 19th century French psychiatric doctor Jules Cotard. One day, a woman with the pseudonym Mademoiselle X wandered into Dr. Cotard's practice with a series of strange symptoms: anxiety, depression, and, the belief that she was somehow already dead. Naturally, such a strange condition interested the doctor, so he decided to look into the case further. Mademoiselle X believes she had no internal organs, no central nervous system, and no torso. You may be thinking, how could someone not believe they have a torso? It's a pretty hard body part to miss. People suffering from the Cotard delusion are aware that the body parts are technically physically there, but they don't perceive those pieces as really living. If this is wrecking your brain, don't worry about it. As a form of delusional psychosis, the Cotard delusion doesn't exactly follow conventional logic. Delusions will only truly make sense to the sufferer. Mademoiselle X, for example, was fully convinced that she had been cursed with a kind of half-life immortality. She was simultaneously dead and not dead, like ghostly pirates in the Pirates of the Caribbean. Another strange belief that Mademoiselle X seemed to harbor was that her stomach had died inside her. She had no physical ailments that would indicate this, but her belief in the death of her stomach was so powerful, she just stopped eating. As a result, she died for real of some pretty horrific starvation before Dr. Cotard could properly treat her. The doctor referred to the strange condition that had taken Mademoiselle X's life as delirium of negation, though the disease would go on to become far more synonymous with the doctor's name. Much like this sad story of Mademoiselle X, case studies of people suffering from the Cotard delusion are often a mix of tragic and absurd. One of the first recorded cases of what would later be dubbed the Cotard delusion actually occurred around 100 years before Dr. Cotard's run-in with Mademoiselle X. Genevian writer Charles Bonnet encountered a strange case that seemed extremely consistent with later accounts of the condition. Bonnet recounted the story of an old woman who became mysteriously paralyzed on one side of her body in what was probably a minor stroke. When she regained the ability to move and talk, she demanded to be dressed in burial shroud and placed in a coffin, believing herself to be dead. She pestered her family about her apparent deadness for so long, they eventually caved and held a mock funeral for her. Afterwards, when she was treated with a placebo made from opium and precious stones, she finally seemed to return back to normal, though she lapsed again every few months after that, proving that heroin and opal dust probably isn't an effective replacement for proper psychiatric help. Though there were a few scattered cases throughout the past few hundred years, another significant recorded instance occurred in Scotland in 1996. A Scottish man had experienced a severe traumatic head injury during a motorcycle accident, causing him to develop the Cotard delusion. He believed he'd actually died during the process of recovery from his injuries, and was now in the afterlife. He and his mother moved to South Africa shortly afterwards, and because of the sudden increase in temperature, the man believed he'd gone to hell. In 2003,
funny.
Greek
That's so
psychiatrists
funny.
had a strange case on their hands with a suicidal man who believed that his head was literally completely empty. The man had previously attempted suicide because he felt life wasn't worth living without a mind. After resisting treatment for a year, he was readmitted to the hospital for a course of therapy and medication, and thankfully experienced sustained improvement. In 2005, an Iranian man experienced the deeply weird combination of the Cotard delusion and clinical lycanthropy. The belief was that he had become or is becoming an animal. The unnamed 32-year-old man went to the hospital and told doctors that he was both dead and somehow transformed into a dog. What's more, he believed that his 3 daughters had died and become sheep in the process, a delusion apparently inspired by his deep guilt about having sexual contact with a sheep in the past. While at face value, this man probably seems like a lost cause, he was actually successfully treated and is now doing much better. Finally, in 2012, a Japanese man suffering from the Cotard delusion entered a hospital and said to one of the doctors there, "I guess I'm dead. I'd like to ask for your opinion." The man was suffering from a right hemisphere infarction in the brain, which was causing his delusions. The doctor told him that the mere fact that he was there and speaking to them surely proved he was alive. The man recognized the inconsistency but continued to believe he was dead anyway. After treatment, the man made a full recovery, but maintained his belief that he was dead for a period of time, saying, "Now I am alive, but I was once dead at that time." I guess you have to admire his consistency. Something you've probably noticed in these cases is that most sufferers of the Cotard delusion fully recover when they undergo the proper treatment. And thankfully, that's often the case, because the Cotard delusion is mostly the result of an underlying condition. When that condition is treated, the Cotard symptoms often disappear with it. The most common method of treating the Cotard delusion is with electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, though other treatments consist of medication, like antidepressants and antipsychotics, and talk therapy, like cognitive behavioral therapy and psychotherapy. Some of the most successful treatments of the
That
condition
animation.
often feature
That's
a
good.
little of each. The Cotard delusion is one of the rarest and strangest psychological conditions out there, but that doesn't make it any less interesting. In a sense, people who've experienced the condition are lucky. After all, we're all going to die someday, and at least they're going in with experience. Thanks for watching this episode of the Infographic Show. We can guarantee you'll never feel like a zombie when you're watching our fascinating videos about strange psychological conditions, like weirdest brain disorders and why do people with schizophrenia see things. Schizophrenia Explained.
That's
You
interesting.
are...
Wow. Okay. That is interesting how many different facets there are of that
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah, the way that it, like, the way that it manifests in a person is trippy.
Yeah.
Just all different for each person. Like, yeah, and some people thinking they just have no soul, or they like their mind doesn't exist, or whatever. Like,
Having no
thinking that-
organs, like
yeah.
I have no organs. My stomach's dead. I
Yeah.
don't need to eat. I have no organs. Like that's such a very
I don't even-
specific
I don't even
thing
have a
to think
torso.
about, you know?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Hi, Alf.
Hey, Alf.
Welcome. Hello. I am happy to see you.
Yep. Nice to see you. Welcome
This
in.
is
Welcome
awesome. I'm glad you're here. Hey, you came in on a weird. It's a weird night. We're doing some rare medical conditions, and there's some weird shit out there that we are covering for sure. We just covered the Cotard syndrome, which is when people think that they are dead, like they really think they're dead, or that they are missing organs or are missing limbs. Super weird.
Yeah.
That was a really
Or
weird
that they've
one.
died and they're turning into a dog. That's a thing.
Dang.
It's trippy.
It sounds so stressful. I feel so bad for people that have to go through this. It's horrible. Sounds like
Yeah,
it's
and
terrible.
Plain Toast says love infographics, and that's this channel. Yeah, we've actually pulled up a couple videos on this channel before, and they're all good. I feel like they throw out really good information, and the animations are fun. you
They
know.
do, yeah.
but-
It's pretty legit the way that they go in depth on things, and I do like the animations that they do with it.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
missing
missing-
limbs.
The missing limbs is a huge one,
Yeah.
which gives me a good segue.
Segway.
This is super fucking weird.
Shit.
Shit, you're not missing your brain. You're okay. You have like an extra backup just in case. So I heard about this years ago, and it's so fucking bizarre. Body integrity identity disorder, where people feel that their limbs are not supposed to be there. So a lot of times they opt for having limbs or digits removed. They just feel like it doesn't belong to them. Some people want to be paralyzed. Some people want to just be impaired in some kind of way or another. There's a lot of really interesting things that come from this specific disorder that people go to extreme lengths. And it's really interesting. I can imagine being like, I don't feel like this is my hand.
Yeah.
This is not attached. Like, I just get it away.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if it wasn't mine, I would at least be stoked that I had one. At least whoever's hand it is, they're letting me use it. Like, I don't understand the wanting to get rid of it. But I guess if it is, like, if it doesn't feel like yours and you're fixated on it and it's, like, giving you anxiety thinking about it, and, like, if it's, like, turns into a whole thing, like, just get rid of it, just let me stop thinking about it type of thing. But it seems like even if it wasn't my hand, I would still be happy to have one.
Yeah.
And not want it chopped off.
Yeah, you can open jars and stuff, you know, like things, simple things that you could really use two hands for. It's just, it's a really interesting disorder that tricks somebody's brain into thinking that it so doesn't belong that they would rather not be able to pick something up or open a jar.
Yeah.
It's really
Plain toast, you've seen
fascinating.
catatonic people? That would be weird. It would be really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be super weird.
Especially when it's like eyes open and they're just like staring.
Wondering how much they can process at that time, you know? Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, like what are they taking in? Well, it's like the whole paralysis thing where they're aware they're not in a coma, but they're aware, but they're trapped inside their body and they can't move anything. Like that would be terrifying. There was a case of a guy that all he could do was I think the only thing he could do was blink, and then the nurse or his sister or somebody like that actually sat and they worked out how to communicate through that and worked out a language through I think it was blinking, and figured out how to communicate. So he was able to actually, I think he wrote a book on his experience and what it was like being trapped in his body. Like that'd be super trippy. But yeah, scary.
Yeah, Plain Toast saying the nurse kept having to put eye drops in. You know, a lot of times they tape the eyes shut.
Yeah.
In moments like that.
Yeah. That reminds me, when I was doing research for this stuff, reading through some of the articles, there was just one quick little thing that came up with a lady that her eyes would just, like her eyelids would just close for like 3 or 4 days in a row. She couldn't open them, she couldn't control them.
Interesting.
And she would feel it coming on, she could feel it starting to happen, and they would close and she would have no way to open them. And she said that whenever she started feeling it coming on, she would have to prepare herself for like 3 days of darkness because there'd be no way. And then they would open up again and she'd be fine and she could see just fine and everything was normal. But doctors couldn't figure out what it was.
That's so weird.
The doctors and psychologists started thinking that it was essentially a manifestation of her stress. And that's how it was just manifesting in her body, because your stress will find some kind of physical manifestation a lot of times. And they thought that was the only thing they could come up with, because there was nothing wrong with her. There was nothing wrong with the muscles. There was nothing. But it just would close her eyes, and then she wouldn't be able to open them for days. It was like weird.
That is super weird.
Yeah.
Huh. It'd be weird to have to call into work. I'm sorry, I can't come into work for at least 3 days. My eyes just won't open. And they'd be like, whatever, get to work. And you're like, you don't understand. My eyes will not open. Yeah. It's not my fault.
I have a doctor's note.
That's so strange. Yeah, the bodies can do so many bizarre things, and especially when it's connected directly to psychological trauma or whatever, you know, like it's interesting how that connection is there. And sometimes it's just physiological, sometimes it's psychological.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe it's the perfect storm of both.
Yeah.
at the same time. So strange.
Yeah, Sarah, I'm not real sure. It didn't go into too much detail about her, but I'm assuming because it had been happening for a long time, I assume she figured out how to operate, kind of like, being blind. Where all your stuff is. So that's probably whenever she said she could feel it coming on, I bet that was part of the preparation, was making sure, your pathway to the bathroom and to the kitchen was clear so you could get in and get water and food or whatever. But yeah.
So weird.
That's weird.
And she couldn't even like open it up physically like that?
I guess not. It didn't seem like it. It seemed like they were clamped. Like from the way she was describing it, like they clamped down.
That's fucking weird, dude. That's so weird. Never heard of
that
that before.
Stress will find its way to manifest, and that's.
It does.
And you never know what it'll do, but it always does. It can do some weird things, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's learn about this body integrity identity disorder. This might actually be through the same channel. Let me see. Is it? No, it's Tiny Medicine. Okay. I'm really curious about this. It's very fascinating to me. It's a very fascinating disorder.
Ancient Roman poet Virgil very rightly said, "Health is the greatest wealth." But did you know that there exists a small fraction of people in this world who desire to be disabled? So intense is their desire that some may even undergo voluntary amputations or try making themselves blind or deaf in a bid to fulfill this desire. Such people are said to be suffering from body integrity identity disorder. While the Greek myth says that King Oedipus blinded himself as a result of the remorse he was feeling for his past actions, the desire for people with body integrity identity disorder to become disabled stems from a medical condition rather than guilt. Keep on watching to find out more about this rare but interesting medical condition. So what exactly is body integrity identity disorder?
Why did you tell me to keep watching?
Body integrity identity disorder, or BID, also known as body integrity dysphoria, amputee identity disorder, and xenomelia, is a disorder characterized by a desire to be disabled or simply being uncomfortable with being able-bodied. This desire arises due to a mismatch between one's ideal body image and the actual physical appearance. As a result, victims of BID believe a part of their body does not belong to them. This belief often leads to their desire to amputate the offending limb, which is healthy and working properly, or to become blind or deaf. BID is kind of similar to gender dysphoria. While in gender dysphoria, one wishes for a change of gender, those with BID wish to exchange their normal body with an incomplete one. People with BID often refer to themselves as transabled, just like how people with gender dysphoria refer to themselves as transgender. Apart from the intense desire to lose a limb or a sense, such as sight or hearing, people suffering from body integrity identity disorder often feel anxious and depressed. The anxiety and depression are generally due to the discomfort caused by being able-bodied. Although it may seem that BID is a psychological condition, it is a neurological condition. As this condition is an extremely rare disease, there isn't much research available, and a definite cause for it hasn't been identified yet. The most popular theory for the cause of BID is the cognitive mismapping theory. This is the sensory cortex of the parietal lobe of the brain. It has specialized areas to detect somatosensory information coming from the legs, hands, and parts of the face. For example, when you touch your leg, the leg area of this brain map will stimulate and create the experience of sensation. The technical term for this sensory map is the sensory homunculus. It is assumed that in people with BID, map areas corresponding to the offending limb are impaired or mismapped, as a result of which the brain sees the offending limb as being foreign and not a part of the person, hence the desire to have it removed. Research has also shown that those desiring amputations have brain damage in the right hemisphere of the brain around the somatosensory cortex. Some other plausible risks for BID put forward by researchers are childhood trauma, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, exposure to amputees at a young age. The wish to become an amputee or to become deaf or blind begins at a very young age and usually begins between the ages of 8 and 12, although they seek treatment when they are much older. So, how do we treat BID? Sadly, there is no cure for this condition. Most doctors prescribe cognitive behavioral therapy and antidepressants, intending to reduce the anxiety, distress, and depression caused by living with BID. Treating the symptoms of obsessions and compulsions has also been proven to be successful in reducing symptoms of BID. Even after years of psychotherapy, some people still wish to be disabled. Some may act out their desires by pretending that they are amputees using prostheses and other tools like canes, in the hopes of easing their desire to be one. Some even resort to self-amputation, while some damage the limb sufficiently that amputation becomes necessary. However, the latter two are extremely rare. While the obvious and most logical treatment for BID may seem like to make the patient disabled, this is not done for many reasons. Amputations have only been shown to have a 70% success rate of resolving the symptoms of BID. The ethical concerns relating to amputating a healthy limb. An interesting fact is that most victims of BID are males, with an association with gender identity disorder, and certain personality disorders like borderline personality disorder. There also doesn't seem to be a preferred site for the unwanted limb or any history of trauma to the unwanted limb among the prevalent cases. BID, or the desire to be disabled, is a very real medical condition, causing great distress to its victims. I'm a doctor making animations about interesting medical cases. Don't forget to leave feedback in the comment section.
Interesting.
Thank you. Take care.
Do not feel like their body is theirs and correct in any way.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that there's any correlation to transgender folks. But, I mean, I guess on a very different scale, it's just feeling like you are not presenting yourself in the way that you want to be presenting or perceived or perceive yourself.
Yeah.
So it's just a very extreme other end of it.
Yeah. Your body doesn't represent your self-image.
Yes.
In some way.
And if somebody feels that they shouldn't be able to see or that they shouldn't have this arm or something like that, you know, it's really interesting that self-image of themselves doesn't transfer over, you know. You'd almost lose a sense or lose a limb because of it. That's a very interesting
That's a
scenario.
That's a weird one.
That is super fucking weird.
For sure. I don't know. It seems weird that even if, you know, like I was saying, even if it didn't feel like it was my arm, I would still use it.
Yeah. There's an interesting video here that is a story from a person with BID, and she wants to be permanently paralyzed. And it was a fascinating video, hearing from her perspective what it is that she wants and how the family members are dealing with it. It was very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think kind of going along with this one, we'll check her story out right now.
Yeah.
Chloe Jennings White spends her days confined to a wheelchair. It's tough to get around, and she struggles with living in a world that isn't built for the disabled. However, Chloe is actually able to walk perfectly and chooses to live her life like a paraplegic due to a rare psychological disorder called BIID. Despite wishing she was paralysed, Chloe still takes part in extreme sports like skiing. BIID has led Chloe, a Cambridge University educated research scientist, to harm herself in a bid to become paraplegic for real.
I have fantasies about having a car wreck and becoming paraplegic from a car wreck.
Perhaps most shockingly of all, London-born Chloe is on a quest to find a surgeon willing to operate in order to paralyse her legs forever.
I did find a surgeon in another country who would be prepared to do femoral and sciatic nerve transections to paralyze my legs. It would be at least $25,000. I don't have the money to do it. That's basically the only reason that I've not yet had surgery.
Why is that $25,000?
For her whole life,
like
Chloe has wished more than anything that she was disabled.
Like paralyzing someone is
From
way
about
easier
10
than fixing
years
it.
old, I somehow got the idea to bandage my legs when I was home alone so nobody would know what I was doing. I sort of fabricated a leg brace so that I couldn't bend my knee, And walking around like that felt, oh wow, this is how it's supposed to be.
Chloe struggled to cope with her feelings.
For a long time, I had no idea why I felt this way about my legs.
Chloe only began to get real relief from her condition when she started using a wheelchair full-time in 2008.
When you have BID, the stress is really intense. The first few friends I told, I would literally be shaking and crying even with emotion. I was not really living a normal life before that. It was always in my mind. It's like, I'm supposed to be paralyzed.
But while Chloe pursues her quest to have surgery that will leave her paraplegic, she loves taking part in her favourite pastime, downhill skiing.
Skiing is essential to me. It carries a lot of benefits for me in terms of BID. I ski very aggressively. If it's a groomed run, I will absolutely go as fast as I can. My friends and family can get a little worried about me skiing sometimes because they know that I ski very aggressively, and they know it's in the back of my mind that I actually want to get injured.
To deal with the anxiety BID causes her, Chloe sees psychotherapist Dr. Mark Mallon as often as she can.
The problem that I run into is that people make up these fantasies about BID. It's like they say, oh, well, you're doing it to get disability benefits. You're doing it to get attention. And then you say, no, that's not it. And then they'll come up with another fantasy of theirs.
Hey, Buttery.
So it sounds like
Hi, Buttery.
just
Welcome
misunderstanding,
in.
and a lot
Grab
of
your
what
ear.
you're having to do is educate people about
Oh, education, yeah.
Dr. Mallon says BID is actually very real.
And it's a psychological disorder that people have where they desire to have some sort of body modification, but it's a sense that a person really wants to lose some sort of ability that they have.
And like other BID sufferers, Chloe's illness has worrying symptoms.
I have to admit, any time I'm driving, I sort of conjure up accident scenarios in my mind where I would become paraplegic.
In 2009, Chloe really did crash, surviving a horrific 75-mile-per-hour double rollover.
One of the things that was in my mind after the car wreck was, did I do this deliberately in order to, be paraplegic? I couldn't say for sure at that time that I had not done it deliberately because I simply had no memory of that.
Chloe's attempts to injure her legs mean many of her friends and loved ones worry about her, like Dave Allen, a hiking buddy.
It's scary for all of her friends, including myself, that, if she does, she runs a huge risk that, that she could die doing some of the stuff that she's done in the past.
Despite her love of skiing and the challenges of life confined to a wheelchair, Chloe is still determined to have surgery that will render her paralyzed.
When I have that surgery, I just know it will be the happiest day of my life.
Well, you know what? She should get whatever the fuck she wants.
Yeah.
Her legs, her body, whatever, man. Whatever she wants.
Yeah, and I think $25,000 is way too expensive for that. Like,
yeah,
that seems crazy, and I'm pretty sure the doctor's probably pricing it high because it's something that there could be a malpractice suit based into that if she ended up having, remorse about it and wanted to sue because they went forward with something that was elective and like he disabled her. Like it could be a whole legal thing. So they're probably pricing it high to dissuade her from doing it. But really,
yeah,
I mean,
like you have to really, 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 really want it in order to do that, and no insurance is not going to
the paperwork and contracts you'd have to sign in that. Like I would definitely be having people sign some paperwork. But yeah, I mean, to paralyze somebody's legs is probably not difficult to do as a doctor. Like snip a couple nerves, sew them up. Like it's probably like, laparoscopic. I'm sure it's probably very simple to do. So it can't be that much like that.
Yeah.
Like it's.
But
not
no,
like
it's a very unique and very permanent thing.
Yeah.
She's interesting. She said it would be the best day of her life if she went through with it. I mean, I can understand. Okay, let me rephrase that. I see that she feels this way, but still having the option of having the legs if need be for certain tasks, being able to drive, being able to do certain things. I mean, you can just still opt to not use them whenever you want. She doesn't have to use them, but to completely lose all of that opportunity, that's just a lot harder and more challenging on everyone around you.
Yeah. Because, especially, I mean, like, with all those stairs and she's taking her wheelchair down them, like, she's got the option to stand up and carry her wheelchair down these stairs, even though it reduces her anxiety to be in this wheelchair, which I fully understand. But if you all of a sudden can't use your legs, what is she going to do? Like, you can't do that.
Yeah,
like,
there's gonna have to put a ramp.
Gonna have to use a ramp.
Full-blown. I'm surprised there isn't a ramp right now. Like, that seems strange.
I'm kind of surprised about that too.
She hasn't made it so that it's, the most convenient for her to operate the way that she wants to.
But then, like, driving, like, gonna have to cut that out. Like, the skiing, like, which is the one thing that she kind of gets joy from, even if she is kind of hoping that she gets hurt. At least she enjoys it. Like, can't do
skiing,
that. I wonder if, like, going to some kind of therapy with paraplegic and paralyzed people would help. Like, even if she got to go in and speak as if she was paraplegic and go through the issues and the traumas that they're going through with them and kind of support them. I wonder if that would help her at least maybe gain more of an appreciation of being able to have that option and lessen that anxiety on her.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's terrible to have anxiety based around that, and like to have to deal with all that, and then especially like she was saying, like educating people that this is a real disorder, and everybody's like, oh, you're just doing it for disability or whatever. She's like, no, like she's actually suffering, like
and that makes you really sad. That's why I'm like, go for it, spend the $25,000 if that's what you want. Do whatever makes her life happy. It does not affect anyone else directly if she takes the responsibility of okay, if I can't walk, I can't do these certain things, then you're gonna have to readjust. I mean, you can't keep your mugs on the upper cabinet if you can't stand to reach them, you know, like you can't use a regular stove. Like, there's things that are going to have to be adjusted. So if she's willing to figure out how to make those kind of adjustments and not just expect other people to do all these things, she seems pretty, I don't know, strong-willed. So there you go. She should just do whatever she wants. I don't understand it in any way, but I don't have to understand it. It's not for me, you know.
She needs to understand what she's thinking is not what she's going to end up with. The realities around it are way different, and it's kind of like the saying, the grass is always greener, so thinking that her having this surgery to paralyze her legs, it's all going to be the greatest day of her life. It might be for a minute, but it may not be everything that she's thinking it's going to be. And then also, people, especially whenever you get anxiety like that, people get holed up in their head, and you only, you go down these downward spirals of just thinking about all the terrible things that you're going through and what would make it better and what you need and all this, and you get trapped in that. So that's why I was thinking therapy with other paraplegic and people that are paralyzed in other ways, or amputees or whatever, might actually help her deal with that and get out of her head and see things from their point of view and be able to kind of see the other side. It might help, but that sucks that she deals with that type of anxiety and has to.
I know, it makes me really sad for anybody on any level that feels like they're not in the right physical form. Whether it be something like that, people talking about making themselves blind, like, oh my goodness, that's interesting, like if you just don't feel like you should be able to see, just anybody that doesn't feel comfortable or that they belong. And that goes for weight fluctuations too. I mean, there's some people that I know that were smaller when they were younger and they got substantially heavier and they don't feel like themselves anymore.
Yeah.
And it's obviously, this is a very extreme version of that, but it's just always sad when people don't feel comfortable in who it is that they are. And I believe people should be able to do whatever it is that they feel that they need to do to become more comfortable, because after all, she's not paralyzing anybody else, you know, or nobody else is going blind.
Yep.
Anybody should have the choice to do with their body what they see fit. But I do think for something like that, such as, you know, paralyzing or choosing to amputate a limb, I think that there should be a good long process with counseling and like you said, different other people that have gone through a similar type of thing, and just a waiting period just to make sure that you are 100%. You're not in an episode right now. Like, you really just want this thing, and then by all means, like, do what you got to do.
Yeah, even if it's
Enjoy
like
life.
you know, live a year with not using your legs at all. Like, put them in braces where you literally cannot use them, and see if that is the life that you really are looking for. Like, are you happier like that? Like, if you are, after doing it for an extended amount of time, yeah, like,
Go for it.
Go for it. But I wonder how many people going through that would be like, you know what, like, at least I could stand up and walk down my stairs, you know,
Yeah.
that type of thing. Or, you know, there's one thing I really miss doing, you know, like, whatever it is, you know. But I think it should be, there should definitely be a test run with it in those scenarios. Yeah, princess, adapt her home to where, you know, it is like she's paralyzed. Like, make it real. Show
Yeah.
her what it's gonna be like and let her experience it. And that alone, I mean, that alone could fix it. Like, without having to pay the $25,000. Maybe just, you know, fake it and go with it, you know.
But at this point, it's so sad that she, like, very potentially caused her own car accident. She's aggressively skiing, hoping to be injured. I mean, she's risking her life.
Mhm.
She's risking her absolute life just to have this thing. So
Yeah.
that shows commitment
Yeah.
to it anyway. And, you know, I think that
I think that
she
also
should have what she
shows,
wants.
you know, that a portion of that could be coming just from depression and anxiety as well. And the lack of value for her own life, because the accidents that she's thinking about, it's not just going to paralyze her. Like, some of those things could just kill her, you know, and
Yes.
she's not thinking about that. With her car wreck, she wasn't thinking about, you know, dying. She was thinking, did I do it to try and paralyze myself? Like, well, maybe. Or was it depression, doing it to get yourself out of this scenario as well? You know, it was a very valid question. But that's a fine line there, I feel like. But
I just have so much empathy for people that struggle and feel like they're not their complete selves, whatever that may be. Even if it means becoming incomplete, to be complete, whatever that may be. And that's why I support trans people so much, because do whatever you feel. If you genuinely feel that you are not in the right body and you need to amend that, do whatever you want. Make yourself comfortable. It doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. Nobody should have an opinion about what people do with themselves, as long as it is genuinely thought out and it's not a trendy bandwagon thing that is happening. As long as it is like a genuine thing that people feel in their hearts, like, please, by all means, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That's freedom. That's true freedom, is for our own bodies. My body, my choice. Yes, do whatever you want to do with your body. Who the hell am I to tell anybody what to do? Do I understand why someone would want to be a paraplegic? Absolutely not. I do not understand it, but it's not for me to understand. It doesn't matter to me if this person chooses that and goes that route. I think people should be able to do whatever they feel they want to do. You can get a haircut, you can cut your hair, and you can change your color, and you can do whatever. You can get plastic surgery, you can do all of these things, you know? Like, and that's just fine. But when people choose to change gender, or they choose to amputate part of themselves or do anything like that, all of a sudden that is such a big deal. Like, just leave everybody alone.
Yeah.
Just leave everyone alone and let everybody do what they want to do, as long as it's not hurting anybody else directly. You know, some people might be sad, you know, her family might be sad that she went and did that, so it's hurting them emotionally, but, like, that's not about them. That's kind of their own shit that they're going to have to deal with, accepting that somebody got what it is that they want in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and Kirby, even with trans people, they have to do counseling and test runs, and you know, it's a long process, and that's exactly what it should be, which is good, because I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like a tattoo where it's like, oh, I regret getting this tattoo. Like that's severe body modification that you need to be very aware of what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's just as long as you have that time and you take that time and you really think about it, and then by all means, it's your choice. If you say 2 thumbs up, let's do it, then cool.
Yeah.
Do it.
Definitely.
Do it. Party on.
Party on.
Yep. Yep. I just said everybody has opinions about everybody else's lives right now, and I feel like that sucks.
That does suck.
'Tis not fair. Okay, we're gonna switch gears to something.
I was just thinking, going from that, did you find any videos about the alien hand syndrome or the alien limb syndrome? No. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, we just ran across it in doing some research, but it's like where, like the alien hand thing, like there was people talking about how, you know, like they'd be buttoning their shirt with one hand and their other hand is unbuttoning their shirt against their will, and then some people were talking about being afraid of like one of their hands because it was either hitting them or slapping them or like even trying to choke them in some scenarios. And it kind of goes along with, you know, aside from looking at a limb and not feeling like it's yours, this is something where it's like it is yours, but it's against you. Like it's not doing what you tell it to do. Like,
I found an infographics video about it.
Oh, let's do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah, I like those videos.
Okay.
And I would like to hear some other scenarios around it.
Yeah, I had never heard of it until you mentioned it.
Like I've heard of
that's
it.
really
but
interesting.
It's what the movie Idle Hands was based on.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So I've heard of it, but
oh, I'm totally in. Yeah, let's check this.
Kirby.
At some point, you've probably had a...
Tonight at 6, how your hand is killing you.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, let's see what happens.
Moment where it felt like your body was outside of your control. You've mindlessly manipulated an item, accidentally dropped an item, or tripped and been utterly perturbed as to how your limb seemingly behaved on its own. Or perhaps you've spent a second or two looking for your keys, phone, or wallet, but they were already in your hand. What if such moments were commonplace in your life? Well, for sufferers of a condition known as alien hand syndrome, or AHS, or Dr. Strangelove syndrome, named so because of the character in the movie who suffered from the disorder, scenarios similar to these can frequently occur. Alien hand syndrome is an umbrella term for a variety of conditions caused by rare neurological disorders, in which someone experiences one or more limbs purportedly acting on their own initiative, outside of the person's intent or conscious control. Often these conditions occur within the non-dominant hand, which for the majority of the population is the left hand. For example, the alien hand of a person suffering this affliction may involuntarily pick up items or fiddle with clothing without the person wanting to do so, or the hand may reflexively levitate. Sometimes the alien hand engages in intermanual conflict or behavior that's directly oppositional to the other good hand, such as closing a drawer that the other hand had just opened, or unzipping a jacket that the other hand had just zipped. The actions of the alien syndrome affected hand can be so distracting or unruly, the afflicted person will attempt to use their own controllable hand to subdue the other hand. In extreme cases, the alien hand may abuse the sufferer, slapping, punching, or even attempting to wrap the fingers around the owner's throat and choke themselves to death. Those afflicted retain feeling in the alien hand, but may also disassociate from it. Patients may not recognize the hand as their own. Also, they may personify and treat the alien hand as an entity separate from themselves, perhaps referring to the hand in the third person, scolding it, or considering it evil or possessed. The main impetus for this condition is an alteration to the brain, either via traumatic damage such as a stroke, infection, tumor, or aneurysm, or degenerative brain conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Also, a radical brain surgery treatment for sufferers of epilepsy called corpus callostomy, where the hemispheres of the brain are surgically separated by cuts made to the corpus callosum, or central nerve tract, has also caused this condition. Alien hand syndrome is diagnosed through observation and evaluation. However, the disorder can be difficult and complicated to identify because it's a neurological disorder that lacks a psychiatric component. Behavioral and mental issues are much more common than alien hand syndrome, and symptoms can sometimes be attributed to a psychiatric disorder, which may be frustrating to the person affected. Also, no two cases of alien hand syndrome are the same. Symptoms range from mild and occasional to severe. For a number of sufferers, the symptoms spontaneously come and go, rather than consistently occur. Overall, alien hand syndrome is fairly uncommon. It was first identified in 1908 when neuropsychiatrist Kurt Goldstein observed a patient who developed involuntary left-hand movements after a stroke. It's not known how many afflicted there are worldwide. A study found that over a period of about 15 years between January of 1996 and July 2011, the Mayo Clinic saw about 150 patients with the diagnosis of alien hand syndrome. It's possible that many sufferers have been misdiagnosed when symptoms presented, while the patients were struggling with other ailments. Currently, researchers only understand the basics of the disorder. The brain is split into 2 hemispheres. Each hemisphere has 4 lobes, the frontal, parietal, occipital, and temporal lobes, for a total of 8. Each lobe oversees various brain functions and all work together to cohesively form your consciousness. The lobes learn, imagine, control, and regulate speech, form memories, and perform millions of other actions. The corpus callosum, or the bundle of nerve fibers that run up the center of your brain, connects the left and right hemispheres and allows for communication passing motor, sensory, and cognitive information between the 2 sides of your brain. There are 3 major forms of alien hand syndrome based on the location of the underlying causation lesion: frontal or anterior, callosal, and posterior. Patients with the frontal variant exhibit groping, clutching, or compulsive manipulation of objects. Frontal is more commonly associated with left brain dysfunction and therefore affects the right hand. The callosal form is a result of lesions in the corpus callosum and often features the alien hand counteracting voluntary actions performed by the other hand. Another phenomenon found in sufferers of callosal alien hand syndrome is compulsive automatic execution of motor commands by one hand when the patient is asked to perform actions with the other hand. The posterior variant is less common than the other 2 and caused by damage to the posterior cerebral artery, thalamus, posterolateral parietal cortex, or occipital lobe. These patients frequently experience spasmodic, uncoordinated hand movements or involuntary levitation, which may be task-specific. For example, a sufferer only experiences exaggerated arm elevation while walking. In some cases, the alien hand experiences an odd position called parietal hand, in which the palmar surface is withdrawn from surfaces or sustained environmental contact, and the fingers distort into an extremely extended posture. This phenomena is directly opposite the frontal form of the condition, which reaches out to grasp objects and produce palmar tactile stimulation. Also, posterior variant sufferers frequently experience a sensation of strangeness in the affected limb, generally hand but occasionally leg. Posterior alien hand syndrome is generally tied to neurodegenerative conditions. While each of the 3 variants have characteristic distinguishing idiosyncrasies, some patients may concurrently demonstrate components of different variants. For example, a patient who had a callosal hemorrhage that extends into their medial frontal lobe was reported to have both intermanual conflict, which is indicative of callosal infarctions, and compulsive grasping movements, which is indicative of frontal damage. Researchers have used MRI scans to study brain activity in patients with alien hand syndrome. When reviewing images of the brain of a patient who had been diagnosed with alien hand syndrome after a right parietal lesion, researchers could recognize which brain regions were activated during involuntary or voluntary actions with the affected left hand. Alien hand movements involve the selective activation of contralateral primary motor cortex, separate from conscious control by intentional planning systems. However, images of the same patient taken during voluntary movement showed activation of multiple extensive neural networks throughout the brain, including the contralateral right primary motor cortex and premotor cortex, but also the left inferior frontal gyrus or ridges, suggesting that the dominant hemisphere of the brain plays an important role in arranging willed actions. Alien hand syndrome is wildly unpredictable and just creepy. Often sufferers experience depression, anxiety, and bouts of frustration or anger, as well as loss of sense of agency as a result of their condition. Some sufferers isolate themselves, worrying about their alien hand misbehaving in public and the embarrassment that could bring. Unfortunately, no cure exists. Sufferers have been treated with therapies directed at muscle control, such as taking clonazepam to reduce internal and external stimuli. Also, some patients have received injections of botulinum toxin and neuromuscular blocking agents to alter sensory feedback. Some doctors have had moderate success treating patients with non-invasive methods, such as cognitive therapy techniques. One therapy focuses on retraining the dysfunctional hand to relearn specific learned tasks, which some cases allow the patient to regain voluntary control. With repeated practice, this therapy is fairly effective, and makes it possible for affected individuals to partake in normal daily activities. Another therapy involves focusing on helping the afflicted to manage their alien hand through coping mechanisms such as satisfying the alien hand's primitive tactile urges by keeping it occupied with a small item, such as a fidget spinner. Another method involves using an orthotic device to simultaneously muzzle the alien hand and also limit the sensory feedback coming back to the hand from environmental contact. In some cases, alien hand syndrome symptoms have decreased or faded away as patients' brains recovered from trauma and neurogenesis created new neural pathways. Often, when alien hand syndrome emerges from a specific injury of acute onset, recovery occurs within a year. Sadly, for others with the condition, it persists until the patient
We're
passes
learning about
away.
alien
Despite
hand
advances in
syndrome
modern
right
medicine,
now.
the human brain is a vast, complex organ that we're just beginning to scratch the surface of. There are
bizarre
several ongoing
medical
large-scale scientific
anomaly
research projects,
conditions.
such as the EU's Human Brain Project, working to unlock the secrets of how the brain works, including theories of learning, memory, and complex cognitive functions, such as spatial navigation, recursion, and imaging. One day, scientists may be able to gain further insight and perhaps even cure disorders such as dementia or alien hand syndrome. Have you ever met anyone with alien hand syndrome? What's the oddest thing their alien hand has done?
I have never met someone with alien hand syndrome.
Nope.
It's so strange.
That's very weird. Yeah.
Because we know we're doing, like, making conscious decisions. Sometimes we're doing subconscious things. We're, like, fidgeting on things or whatever, doing things that we're not, like, directly conscious of. But to have conscious thought and then to have a limb just doing things.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to do the things
Just, like,
specifically. So you're
levitate,
telling
just,
it
like,
to
floats.
stop doing the things and it will not stop doing the things. Where is that decision coming from to do these things?
Yeah.
Whether it's floating or whether it's knocking shit over or closing drawers and shit like that. Like, what on earth? Where does that come
And then
from?
if they distract it, like the one dude with the fidget spinner, do they know that they're spinning the fidget spinner while they're doing other stuff over here? Are they paying attention to that? Or is that just giving the hand something that it can focus on by itself over here?
Yeah.
Like, that's a weird thing.
I don't know.
Hi, J-Tide.
J-Tide, I
Alien cock
wonder if
syndrome.
this is similar to my alien cock syndrome.
If you got,
Fucking
if you got
hope
the
so.
ACS, you're going to want to get that checked out.
That's so,
Yeah.
it's so fucking
It
weird.
also makes me think of wondering like where those commands come from. Makes me think of whenever they sever the connection between the left and right hemispheres of the brain, and they can ask the same question to each hemisphere and get different answers. So it makes me wonder if a different hemisphere of the brain is controlling that hand, because we know that like the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body and the left side of the brain controls
Sure.
the right side. I wonder if it's something like that, because like with those tests, they sever it so that their brain isn't communicating, and they will ask, ask the question, what is your dream job? And they tell them to speak it. So whenever they speak it, it's one side of their brain, and they'll say that this is my dream job. But whenever they tell them to write it, it's completely different. And they both make sense to them, but it's because each brain has its own idea of what the dream
Interesting.
job would be. So I wonder if it's something like that, where there's some kind of connection is being broken between the two.
Huh.
But
Yeah.
That's weird though.
That's so interesting. J-Tide, thank you so much for resubbing to us.
Oh,
8
hooray.
months.
Thanks, J-Tide.
That's fucking awesome.
That is radical.
I'm so glad you popped in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're learning some weird shit tonight, and I know that you love weird shit, so
Learning
you're
weird
in,
shit.
in the right spot for sure. Oh, and you gave
Aw,
Recording Goblin a
Brad.
sub. Thank you.
Aw, thank
That's
you.
so awesome. Thank you so
Thanks for that.
much.
Sasquatch appreciates that too.
Yes, and Goblin totally needed a sub.
That's true.
Once again, so
This is true.
that is the best. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely are going down some weird rabbit holes tonight. We
Some
have
weird rabbit
our
holes.
warning graphic content thing up there right now. Something tells me the two of you guys are totally going to be fine with that.
Probably not caring.
Um,
Chid got oddly quiet. when we
Yep,
got into some of
Chid
it.
disappeared. We knew at first we were like, this is going to weird him out, and he has wandered away on his solitaire game, I'm imagining.
Yep,
at
probably
this
playing
point.
solitaire.
Which is totally
He's
okay.
keeping that alien hand
Because
busy.
it is some weird, it's some weird shit. There's some weird shit going on
This is
with
true.
some peoples.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that got really weird.
That got weird.
But as far as the
Positive.
next one, this one's a lot less intense, I guess. But it is. Chid's still here.
Ah, Chid's back.
Yeah, what's up, bud? Okay, you just got very,
Yeah.
very quiet.
Very quiet.
But I'm glad you're still here.
He's still listening.
That's the best.
I feel like he's listening to this kind of like he's covering his ears, but he has them like split just a little bit so he can hear just a little bit. Kind of like when people watch horror movies and they cover their face, but then they just like peek. I feel like that's how Chid listens to our
Probably so. It's so funny. Yeah. Anytime we talk about AI stuff, he's just like, I gotta go.
Solitaire.
That's pretty funny.
Time for solitaire.
Yeah. So, the next thing is really super bizarre. And I don't know how this even possibly happens, but it happens kind of on reasonable occasions where people develop a foreign accent for seemingly no good reason.
Not just for the fun of it?
No. They now automatically speak with foreign accents, and it's hard for them to control to not. It's like if I was going to speak British or something like that, I really have to think about it, and I have to change the way that I speak deliberately. Yeah. And this is them just speaking with bizarre accents, so we totally got to check it out.
What? Recording Goblin forwarded that.
Oh, that was so awesome. You paid it forward. Thank you. And now awesome. We got H Money is got a sub sick.
H Money.
Yeah. Oh, thank you guys.
Awesome.
You guys are the best. We're actually close to a hype train right now. That's pretty fucking sweet. That's awesome.
Getting close.
Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's generosity. Yeah. It is great. Now you guys are all haunted.
Oh yeah, H Money's got a nice pink ghost. Look at that pink ghost. That's good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Pink is my favorite
Pink's
color
good
of
one.
ghosts, I think.
Oh,
sweet.
Thanks for that cheer.
Yeah, we got a 200-bit cheer, and that kicked us into a hype train.
We just started the hype train.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fucking badass. Yeah, okay, so when we're in hype trains, we look up random things at the request of our viewers. Mm-hmm. So I would recommend we stay on task right now. But you guys can let me know, are there any weird anomalies or like genetic mutations or something that you guys want to see? Because I can type it in and we'll pull it up. We've got 4.5 minutes in the hype train, so we can absolutely look up some weird stuff right now if you guys want to see some weird shit. Thank you guys so much for your contributions.
What's the scary baby syndrome thing where they're born like they look all freaky?
Oh, I don't know what that one's called. I don't know what it's called, but it's not good.
Like alien baby syndrome.
Alien baby syndrome.
Something like that.
That's pretty messed up, though. Babe, you want to traumatize all of our watchers right now?
I mean, that's what we're here to do, right?
I mean, you're not wrong about that.
Harlequin babies.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to...
Speaking of graphic warnings.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure that there is a graphic warning.
Because they're not
right
good.
at this moment.
They're not good.
And, of course, we have empathy and we have...
Absolutely.
Consideration for the family members, but this is a real human condition.
Yeah.
This is some real shit that actually happens
which
in
I don't
real life.
Understand, which is why I thought
I don't either.
Immediately.
So this is the Harlequin
Let's see if I can
babies.
read about what it.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is that causes this, and it's extremely rare. Oh, we did not need to show that. That one was not good. We're not going to scroll more on that one. I got too graphic.
Fair enough. That's fair.
Yep, I got too graphic.
Yeah, so they're born with a condition. They're generally born prematurely with very hard, thick skin covering most of their bodies. And it forms very large, kind of diamond-shaped plates that are separated by deep cracks, almost like dried skin type of things. So
I've never seen anything like that before.
It's
like, I mean, I've seen it, but
seen the pictures of it.
Yes,
but
yes.
I don't know about that. Harlequin ichthyosis, I guess.
Oh yeah, Recording Goblin says the thousands of little creatures that are washing up on the beaches. They're the what are they called? Sail, wind sails or something like that. There's these little jellyfish type creatures washing up, and I've seen them actually on the beaches in San Diego.
Really?
Yep.
It's just Sorry, Sarah. Didn't mean to just go straight to disturbing, but that was the first thing I thought about with medical anomalies. That one, it sticks in your brain, right? Like, gnarly.
Okay. So here are these guys.
Is that them?
Yeah, I've totally found them.
Oh.
I've seen when there's been a big wash up of them.
What?
They have these little sails.
Cool.
And they hang out on the top of the water, and they use this to catch the wind to move them around.
What are they?
They're not exactly jellyfish, but they're jellyfish-esque type
Okay.
of creatures. What are they called again? They're called something sails. I can't remember the fucking name of it right now. But yeah, there's a bunch, and when they dry up, they get all crunchy.
Oh, weird. I've never seen that.
You
That's
never
trippy.
seen that, really?
I vote for sticks in your brain.
Sticks in your brain? You want me to Google sticks in your brain?
That's a terrible place to keep your sticks.
I'll do it.
Oh, look at that with the beach right there.
That's a lot of them.
That is a lot of them.
Good lord. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Let me try to find the name of it again.
Yeah, what are they? Colonial hydroids.
Yeah, colonial hydroids.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, they're really
Cool
cool.
looking.
By the Wind Sailors.
Oh.
Okay, by the Wind Sailors. Valela. Interesting. Yeah, it's really
Oh, and
really
they
cool.
have stinging tentacles too, like a jellyfish. Trippy. I've never seen those before. Yeah. Recording Goblin, I'm with you. I'd never seen those.
That's crazy. And you lived in San Diego.
Yeah.
And you didn't even know.
Nope.
No way.
Did not know.
Yeah.
Do they show up
much.
often?
I don't know. I'd seen them a couple times.
Hmm.
One time there was like a lot of them, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" But I've seen them at other random times, at least a few here and there. But
Well,
yeah,
you
it's
like
really
lived
cool.
and worked right down by the beach too. I wasn't. Close
That's
to the
true.
beach
No, I
very
was.
often.
I would go to the beach every day for, like, I would skip very few days of being on the beach when I lived out there. So that is true.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah, I lived up the hill. That was not that easy. But yeah, that's trippy. I didn't know that was happening. Those are cool.
Okay, so Chid said sticks in your brain.
Yeah, sticks in your brain.
I don't know what this is gonna turn out to be, but let's see. We'll look through it together.
Oh, hype train ended.
Oh, hype train's over. That was great,
That's
though.
okay.
Thank you
We
guys
got a
so
hype
much.
train.
Thank you
That's
guys
2 streams in a
for
row that we got.
triggering a hype train.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thanks
Jeez,
for those
yes, no
subs.
thing. Yeah, thank you for the gift subs and the bits. This is awesome. We love you guys so much.
Yeah.
We appreciate you a super lot. Well, I was hoping there would be way cooler images for sticks in your brain, but apparently there's not.
No sticks. No,
Nope.
there are no sticks in your brain.
No. But that was worth a try. Sweet. Shit.
Sarah, rude.
That's pretty funny.
I mean,
oh my god.
you know.
Yeah, I'm yelling. Cops are on. So yeah, let's learn about this really interesting foreign accent syndrome.
Okay.
It is so interesting, and you know what? I've always wanted a British accent. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever if all of a sudden I had a British accent. Like, I'm so sorry, I can't not have this British accent. I can't help it.
Sorry.
I have a British accent.
Start using one.
'Cause
Tell
I-
people you got this. I got the fast.
But I'm not good at it. I could work on it, but if we move to London or the UK at any point, like, I'm not opposed. But I gotta tell you, that's hard for me to say because I'm such a, like, I am who I am and I will never adopt different, colloquial things or different accents in places. I try to keep it real. Like, I still get called out for my East Coast accent all the time. It's in there, you know?
Yeah.
So it would be hard for me to, like, I feel like I'd be like a poser or a faker, but it might even be worth it though in this case because I really enjoy British accent. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not necessarily 100% opposed, which is rare.
Yeah, I feel like no matter how long I live anywhere, I'm still gonna sound like a Texan when I drink whiskey. It's just gonna happen. I'm gonna say y'all, accent or not.
Oh shit! Sarah says, my mom talks in her sleep in a perfect British accent, but when she's awake, her accent sounds so fake.
Really?
Wow, so that might actually be a case of this in one way or another. That's
He's got
fascinating.
The sleeping FAS.
Weird.
That's really weird.
Oh.
That's funny.
Cool.
You should totally record her at some point.
You should record her.
So
That's
good.
so interesting. Wow.
Yeah, that's
okay.
true.
Yeah.
Why would you speak in an accent in your sleep?
I don't
Talking
know.
in your sleep is one thing, but
That's kind of cute, though. I'd be like, oh, my mom's British today. It's adorable.
my mom sleeps in British.
That's so weird. Yeah, I think this is super interesting. So this is let's see, how long is this one? It's like 18 minutes. It's a 60 minutes thing, which is 60 minutes, but it's 18 minutes. Don't ask. I don't know. So it's a little bit longer, but if we want, we can pause at any point and discuss some of the stuff. So if you guys have anything to add, please add it into the chat. But it's just, this is so strange to me, and I kind of love it. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, let's check it out.
Okay.
Oh, your dad is bad with technology, but I've tried to record her. Oh, man.
Yeah, you tried.
You
Okay.
should put like
Just keep trying.
I don't know, like a camera that's triggered by sound or something like that in her room at night. Try to catch her doing it.
60 minutes and 18
she might have
minutes.
something similar to this. Now I'm really curious. All right, let's give it a go. Let's learn about this weird foreign accent syndrome.
At first, it sounds so unbelievable, it's laugh out loud funny. But this is certainly no joke. It's an extremely rare and baffling condition that affects the way people speak. One moment, they're completely normal. The next, they're talking in a thick foreign accent. But instead of scratching their heads in bewilderment, scientists are now trying to unlock the secrets of this strange syndrome by using incredible technology to map what's going on inside the brain. It's very welcome news for those who are struggling to recognise the sound of their own voice.
When I look in the mirror, I see me. But when I open my mouth, I sound different.
Imagine suddenly developing an accent from a country you've never even visited.
I woke up with an Irish sounding accent.
It's so bizarre, you'd be forgiven for questioning if this could possibly be real.
The Australian accent that I have known for a very long time was just wiped out overnight.
But for Angie
Australian's
Yen,
very
this
specific, too.
is
Yeah,
her
right.
new reality.
Fucking hell. Got one. There's the
Can I
pinnacle.
please get a strawberry milkshake and some potato fries with some extra ketchup?
Yeah, sure.
The sound of her own voice has been somewhat amusing of late.
Do you get many people asking where you're from when they hear you talk?
You know, sometimes people, they do a double take, like, you know, oh yeah, she just sounds different. People ask me, you know, oh, so where are you from? And I'm like, oh, you know, I actually grew up here in Brisbane.
Angie has caught many a friend off guard. But her weird new accent can stump the odd stranger too.
Those shakes look really
Where would you say Angie's from when you hear her speak?
Oh, I'm not too sure. Keep speaking? I can't quite tell.
Well, I am looking forward to digging into those large fries with the ketchup and the milkshake.
Sound a little bit Irish, maybe. Maybe?
Well, how Irish are you?
I've never been to Ireland in my life.
Really?
Never.
Yeah, I can see it coming through very thick now. It's very prominent.
While she tries to laugh it off, adjusting to this new voice has been tough for Angie. When did you first notice your accent change?
It was on the 28th of April. I'll never forget that day. I was just singing as I do, and all of a sudden,
that's
all
tomorrow.
these voices
No,
and
day
sounds
after
were coming out of my mouth.
Friday.
That's not my own. And I'm like, hang on a second, am I dreaming about this?
Angie has now been diagnosed with a condition known as foreign accent syndrome, or FAS. It's a medical mystery, thought to be caused by psychological or neurological damage to the brain. So rare, there have only ever been about 100 cases.
Latte in takeaway cup? Sure. Large one?
9 years ago, 60 Minutes met some of them, including British woman Sarah Colwell, whose accent changed following a severe migraine.
She said, no, you sound like you could work at a Chinese restaurant. She said, yeah, you could work in the local China house or something.
And Australian Cindy Hastings, who developed an Eastern European accent, after starting new epilepsy medication.
Mercury poisoning.
Yes, okay, I speak a fun accent, so it
wonder,
makes sense. But for goodness sake, what is fun accent syndrome?
28-year-old Angie is the latest case to join this strange club. She developed her Irish accent 10 days after having her tonsils removed. But whether this is the cause, we'll never know.
My brain has located my voice to a different country without a visa. I spent the whole day yesterday
Way back.
freaking out.
It's a strange place to look for answers.
Beauty, Billabong.
I mean,
But
it's
so perplexed by her
called 60
condition,
minutes and it's only
Angie
18 minutes
turned
long,
to
so I
social
don't trust
media
it right off the
platform
bat.
TikTok to document her journey.
So it is quite a struggle. Yes, I know that I need medical attention and help.
What was it that made you want to go on TikTok?
So at first my friends just say, send us videos. We don't believe you, you know? And then I was like, oh, okay, I'll make a video for you. And they're like, oh my goodness, it's true. Can your friends tell me that my accent is from a cool part of Ireland or not?
While many of Angie's followers did believe her, the intrigue also brought out the skeptics. And very quickly, trolls took hold.
This is trash. It's fake, bro. This is the biggest load of shit.
Accusing her of faking her newfound accent for attention.
Fake. You're definitely putting that leprechaun accent on. Attention-seeking at its finest. I call bullshit.
Could you fake it?
I think if I was a very good voice actor, I can. But, you know, it doesn't benefit me in any way.
Yeah, what does happen when you try to speak with an Aussie twang?
It sounds like a train wreck.
Does it? Try me.
It
Go
does.
on,
Hey, Sheila, I'm just going down to the bottle-o. Do you want me to grab anything for the snags on the Barbie?
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't sound very
No,
good.
not at all. I do not sound like you.
As you're about to hear in this customer service call.
Okay. So, Ange, this is a recording you took before your voice changed?
Yeah, I did.
Until recently, Angie sounded like a completely different person.
I'm just calling to cancel my membership, and I was just wondering, for the monthly payments that I've paid, will the remainder be refunded as per, like, pro rata?
What state we come from?
Queensland.
Queensland, okay.
When you say Queensland there, that's a fair dinkum Aussie accent.
Yep.
When you listen back to recordings of how you used to sound, what goes through your mind?
It's a really hard feeling to describe because it's like, you know, that was me. People don't really know what they've lost until it's gone. All right, thank you very much for your help.
No problem at all.
Thanks. Bye.
See you, John. Bye.
Foreign accent syndrome is a legitimate condition. It's described as a person's speech changing so that it sounds as though they're speaking in a different accent to their habitual accent.
Does Angie have foreign accent syndrome?
Yes.
You're able to diagnose her with that condition?
Well, she is a person who is speaking with accented speech that is not her native accent. So now I'm just going to get you to sing a song that we all know, which is Happy Birthday.
Determined to find out why she suddenly sounds like she's from the land of the leprechaun, Angie has travelled to the University of Sydney to undergo a rigorous assessment with speech pathologist Professor Kiri Ballard.
Happy birthday, dear Johnny. Happy birthday to you.
During the 2-hour analysis, she put Angie through a range of tests to monitor the consistency in her articulation.
Here is the potato.
It's the word potato. And also the intonation pattern sounds quite Irish. So
After analysing her session with Angie, Professor Ballard is sharing what she's discovered.
Here is a potato.
That sounds very Irish.
And it sounds Irish because we have an A sound, and her production is more A.
Potato.
Potato.
Feet. Ham. Fat.
Professor Ballard says FAS can be triggered by psychological or neurological damage, likening the brain to a computer.
Take. Bow. Bet.
So a computer is hardware and software. And when you have a stroke or Parkinson's disease, part of the hardware is damaged. And you have your software, your programs have to adjust and do the best they can. And usually we can't compensate completely. So we're left with a speech disorder, which may sometimes sound like a foreign accent. In Angie's case, we haven't been able to find anything wrong with the hardware. So we're going to say then there's something wrong with the software.
As rare as the condition is, Angie is not alone in her unusual battle.
Lots of people think I must have just come here to Australia.
She may sound like an international tourist, but don't be fooled. They don't believe you, do they?
No, they don't. It's weird having people constantly ask you where you're from in Ireland or Scotland even. And to say, no, I'm from the Northern Territory and I've never been to Ireland before.
2 years ago, 32-year-old Kate Baggs suffered a hemiplegic migraine, causing paralysis in her body and face for almost 2 months.
Oh my God.
When she finally regained movement, she gained an Irish accent too.
In the middle of a sentence, my accent just shifted and it was the strangest feeling.
Mid-sentence?
Literally mid-sentence. And I kind of went, that sounds really odd. I wonder what that is.
Was it a bit of a novelty for you early on?
A little bit, but mostly it was just a bit confusing, I think. I never realised how you sound is actually really quite a part of your identity. And when it changed, it was quite difficult to cope with that for a while. But probably after a couple of months, I just decided, look, this is going to be me for a while. Just accept it. It's so pretty here. It is. It's a bit cold, but it's very pretty.
With the support of her mum, Kate has come to terms with her new accent.
So pretty.
In the Opera House.
I've only seen it a few times in my life.
But it's been tough being out of the ordinary. There are so few people in the world who have foreign accent syndrome. Are you looking forward to meeting Angie?
Yeah, I really am looking forward to meeting Angie. And I don't think there are a whole lot of people who have been bestowed an Irish accent with this syndrome. So I'm actually quite excited to help her through what I went through.
They're going to meet at an Irish pub, right?
They definitely should have.
Definitely have to go to an Irish pub.
Definitely should have. You're totally right.
Hi. Hi. Can I hug you?
Shit, yeah. I need a reboot, please.
How are you doing?
Today, Angie Yen and Kate Baggs are meeting for the first time.
I'm so happy to see you.
What the hell is that?
Two of us. There is more of us, I promise. I really do promise. Oh, you sound like me.
These two Australian women have something very unusual in common. They both woke up one day sounding Irish. It's a rare condition known as foreign
Buttery,
accent
exactly.
syndrome, or FAS.
Yeah.
It's just
That's perfect
the
timing.
luck
They
of
just
the draw.
explained it.
We both picked a 4-leaf clover. As horrible as it is for you to have had this happen, it's been a blessing for me because it's proved that I'm not making it up. No.
For Angie, this
I thought
emotional
about that,
meeting has
Sarah.
brought her a step closer
did.
to finding some
I did
solace.
wonder
I was thinking the
So
same
far,
thing.
navigating this strange new world of FAS has not been easy.
I think the answers are here somewhere in this journey. We just have to look in the right place.
Yeah, past life stuff. I would not.
How you going there?
If that has
Oh,
something to
I'm
do
just a
with
bit nervous.
Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't done one like this before.
As part of her journey, she's come to Sydney to try to learn why she sounds like she's actually from Dublin.
So it's about 15 minutes, makes lots of noise, just have to keep really still for the scan, okay?
First up, she has a functional MRI brain scan so that cutting-edge software called Omniscient can measure her neurological activity. The data is dissected and crunched down into a grid that looks like a crossword puzzle, where scientists are able to pinpoint neurological messages. Black and white squares represent normal function, while red squares highlight overactive pathways, and blue squares show areas that aren't firing enough.
What we want to do now is to look at how the brain is functioning.
Shortly after the scan, neuroscientist Dr. Michael Shugru is able to show Angie what's happening inside her brain.
Now, most of your networks are stone cold normal. It's one of those normal scans you see, but that's your language system. And so all the reds and blues are different parts of the language system, those areas I showed you, that are overfiring together.
So those red bits in an ordinary person would be white.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have more than 1 or 2 squares at most.
It's the first time this technology has been used on a patient with foreign accent syndrome, and the results are striking.
That's the problem. And there is something wrong with it. There it is.
So what does that mean?
Well, the answer is we don't know. You're the first person we've ever seen this in, and probably one of the first people in the world. But we do know that we have an objective proof that, you know, you're not faking it. There it is.
Oh, Angie, you all right? You weren't expecting to hear that. No. You okay?
No.
What are you thinking?
Well, on one hand, I feel relieved that I now have objective proof to people that I am not faking this. This is not me. But on the other hand, sir, I have more questions. With all these things going on in my head, why did this happen? And am I ever gonna get back to my old self?
We don't know. And we don't necessarily know what the path forward for it is. That's at the edge of science. But for the first time, we actually can see it, which is a lot closer to an answer than you ever were before.
What was your reaction when you saw the results of Angie's scan?
At first you get excited and say, that's it. And then you have to be a scientist and say, okay, well, let's look at everything else. And then let's temper our enthusiasm. It's always a little different than you think. And this one was the most extreme language, network I'd ever seen.
What does that tell you?
It certainly suggests that there's something objectively different about how her language system is working than someone else who does not have a problem like this.
Like Angie, Kate Baggs has been desperate to know more about her FAS. She'd previously had multiple tests and scans, but specialists couldn't find any neurological cause. So she's decided to undergo the same experimental examination as Angie. Incredibly, Dr. Mike Shugru finds a similar pattern of abnormal activity in her brain, although it is less severe than Angie's. He believes that's because Kate has had the condition for much longer.
And given that this is happening inside of areas of the language system that are talking to each other incorrectly, it's a reasonable guess that this has something to do with why your speaking has changed over time.
Having something say that there is something that's going on that they can visually see and actually prove, it's a relief.
It's welcome news.
Yeah, it really is.
Why such a specific other
Having
accent?
someone saying that, hey, Ange, your speech center is not normal. If anything, it's highly abnormal, and we can see that. It was just a moment of, I guess, euphoria. Here is the banana.
Best of all, the imaging of her brain has given Angie hope that one day she could find her old voice again.
Here is the banana.
Speech pathologist Professor Kiri Ballard believes it is possible.
There were a couple of tasks that I gave her to do that were designed to see if she would slip back into an Australian accent, and she did.
She did?
She did.
So she reverted back to her original accent?
Very briefly, yeah.
Okay, so her Australian accent's not a lost cause?
No, it's there. And so I think that's a good indicator that she would respond to some guided practice and exercises to help her get back to the Australian accent.
Cheers to your first Guinness.
Good accent.
Sláinte. Is that what they say in Ireland?
Australian accent.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
What do you think?
Better.
The faces it all.
Coming to terms with foreign accent
There you go,
syndrome
there's
is
the
hard
Irish
for
pub with the
Angie.
Guinness. Good.
But
thank you.
meeting Kate Baggs is certainly helping.
To hear how she sounds like me, I was like, oh my gosh, there's two of us now. I found my village,
You're totally right.
Now, while this
my
pair
village.
might sound like they belong in an Irish pub,
Well, apparently we're drinking the local brew, but I don't really like it.
Oh, no
Angie
one
and
does.
Kate are still as Aussie as they come.
Okay, well, this is a true test to see if you're Irish. How quickly can you down this?
Oh no, not at all. Count me out.
Hello, I'm Sarah Arbo. Thanks for watching
Sarah.
60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now.
That is just fascinating to me.
That's really weird. I want to know, do Irish people think that their accent is legit? Or how good of an accent is it? Like, is it a legit Irish accent? Or if they go to Ireland, is everybody going to be like, why are you faking this accent?
Right.
Like, how
right,
good, how
right,
close
right.
is it?
And then is it regional to any specific area?
Yeah.
But I find it fascinating that the brain will just pick one accent and then it does it with all the intonation and everything, which is very specific. And I don't know, I've tried to speak in other accents and it's not easy.
Yeah.
At all. But to completely adopt it like that in an instant, especially when they've never been there.
Yeah.
So they haven't been like fully saturated in the environment where like that would kind of seep into your consciousness. Why Irish?
Yeah.
Or why British? And the lady with the Eastern European accent too. I wish they talked to her more. I found that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Because that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, that's a weird one. That's super weird. But yeah, Sarah, I know she was asking people on TikTok about it. Like, is this accent from somewhere cool at least? But yeah, they never gave an answer, and I was really curious. Like, how real is the accent? Like, how on point is it?
I mean, considering we've been to Ireland and talked to a lot of Irish people, to me it sounds pretty fucking good. But I don't have a trained ear as far as the very specific details to it, you know.
Yeah.
But from what it sounds like, I mean, we've been to the damn country, been surrounded by it, and I feel like
Sounds Irish.
she would get me if she said she was Irish. I'd be like, yeah,
Totally.
you obviously are
Okay.
Irish. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell any different. I don't know. And then I'm also thinking, like, if they are trying to get back to their original accent, why not just go to like a voice coach, like a voice actor coach, and just learn another accent, like learn it again.
Right.
And it seems like that would be an easy enough fix. Maybe they wouldn't be able to. Like, maybe speaking in an accent outside of that one, because their brain is doing whatever it's doing, maybe that's not something they can just learn. Like,
maybe. I mean, she had a hard time even saying one sentence in Australian.
Yeah.
Which is really strange since she's fucking Australian, you know, and her whole family speaks that, so you'd think that you would be able to at least mimic it in the best way that you can. I can put on a fake fucking accent from anybody else, but it's not going to sound legit because I'm not around it a lot. But if I was around it a lot, I feel like I would be better at picking up those little bits. But maybe it's just so subconscious that she never thought about the accent specifically before.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of not on the surface or something like that. I don't know.
Couldn't tell from an E chord to an F chord. Yeah. I mean,
Chid wants to have a Jamaican accent. All of a sudden you started talking a Jamaican accent. That would be very
everything
entertaining.
eerie, man. Yeah. That's true. That's very true.
It's Irie, but close enough.
Irie.
Irie. In Jamaican?
Yeah.
Like you're stoned, you're good, everything's good. Irie, it's like chilling and stony and happy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Learning. Look, we learn all kinds of things on this stream.
So, okay, Waybug, can you speak in any other accent, since you are Australian and this refers to this? Like, can you fake any other accents? Well, at all? Do you think if you lost your Australian accent like today, would you be able to have it pinpointed enough to force yourself to bring it back? Like, I feel like I would with my American accent, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
Really? Okay. I pay a lot of attention to language and speech, and I notice differences a lot. So I think for me, I am a little more focused on it, so I think I would have a better chance of being able to pinpoint that, you know?
Maybe so.
I've lived all over the country, so I've noticed so many different little bits from people, you know? Just as serious, though, my normal accent is Albertan, but at the moment I speak to my mom and dad, I revert back to having an English accent that I had as a child. Interesting.
Yeah, that is.
Wow, really?
That's interesting.
Wow, so you had a fucking English accent, straight up, and then it changed to Albertan? Like, do you still have remnants of the English in your? I mean, I haven't noticed. You sound Canadian as fuck to me. So, how did that happen? That's interesting. It would be different if it was a different language. Accent wouldn't be that big of a deal. And I mean, in some cases, it kind of is. Like, I don't know if I gave you $5,000 right now to completely, like, perfectly replicate a foreign accent of a place that you've never been.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would be very impressed if you could do that. I really would.
Yeah, I'd be impressed.
But yeah, some
I'd be
people
impressed
that
if we could
spoke
give you
different
$5,000.
languages. I know, right? But just saying, like, you know, like, okay, pressure's on. Could you do it and do it well enough to, like, fool somebody that is from that place? I don't know. It's like thinking after a few drinks. I think I can, but everybody tells me it's shit.
What do they know? They don't know anything.
It was so funny when we were in London one time. Tavia was with us, and she was like, I want to learn a British accent. And she was talking to my friends that are both British, and was like, I want you to teach me your accent. And it's funny because they have very different accents. They're from the same area. I think it's Oxford, right? But Claire has a very Cockney accent, and then Theo has a much more, like, proper English accent. So they say things very differently, and it was so funny because they were both trying to teach Tavia how to say words, and it was hilarious. Tavia got drunk, and we did a video where she went around the whole bar and was like showing us everything and talking about the bar in her best British accent, and it was so funny. It was so
good.
fucking funny, dude. It was great. She tried, though, you know, she was trying.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to pull that shit off. But I do notice that I pay a lot more attention to British accents to that, because I do want to know. Like, I do genuinely want to know how they pronounce all the things. I think it's really cool. One day I'll be able to fake a British accent. It'll be awesome. Once I started spending more time with friends and family, about grade 4, I slowly lost my British. You had it until about 4th grade, and then you lost it? Wow.
Yeah. But you still know how to pronounce Worcestershire sauce properly. That's good. You're probably the only person on the planet who can do that, actually.
I wish I could say it right. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. It's Worcestershire.
Maybe I'll come home with an Irish accent when we go to Ireland. Maybe so. You never know. You never know. It's funny, like, I guess when I go to Florida, my, like, East Coast accent gets a little bit more pronounced. Like, I notice that it comes out a little bit more than it, I guess, normally does, because I'm not around anybody here that has it. I mean, I still definitely have it, but I feel like it becomes a little bit, like, I slip back into the natural rhythm that I was in, because I moved in 1997. I haven't lived there for a really long time, you know? But being around it just feels comfortable, and I can, like, relax, and that's just my normal talk, you know? But over time, living in so many different places, I feel like it's just toned down just a little bit. But I can't imagine completely having it change like that. Like, I'm British, and I'm not British, I'm Canadian now. Like, that's so weird. That's so weird.
Worcestershire? That's not Worcestershire. I'm Worcestershire, you're wrong about that. I like the wash your sister sauce. Yeah, wash your sister.
Wash your sister sauce. That's so interesting. That's really fascinating that you lost it. You don't even have any remnants of the British in there? Do you think British sometimes? Like, does your inner dialogue, is it British? Because I would think, like what you learn, like the language that you learn and the ways of speaking things is more of the inner dialogue that's in there. I think my inner dialogue has a little bit more of an East Coast twang than my voice does at this point.
I feel like my inner dialogue
so.
sounds exactly like my speaking voice. I think like I speak. Because, yeah, I worked real hard to get rid of that southern accent, but I don't think in a southern accent.
Okay. I don't know. I never really thought about it
Yeah, Sarah. But do you sleep British?
That's so funny. Oh, good night. Good night, Kirby.
Good night, Kirby.
Sweet dreams. Thanks for coming and hang out with us. I hope you sleep British tonight.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
Sleep British.
See, Princess, you can
she does.
definitely hear it.
She very much does.
I definitely do. It gets a little more thick, just a little bit. Just pops it up a notch, I think. But yeah, it's definitely. Oh, obvious. People call me out on it a lot. Definitely. Not like call me out in a bad way, but people are like, "You're not from here. Where are you from?" And I always make people guess, and it's the funnest thing ever because nobody guesses. I had one person ever guess correctly, and it was a 1 out of 3. I've never at any point had somebody just get it on the first time, and that's disappointing.
Yeah.
To me.
There was that quiz you did online one time that was like where it would tell you where you're from based on words that you used, and it narrowed you down to your tiny little portion in Florida or this portion in New York.
Yep.
And it was like you're either from one of these two places, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah, because it's pretty much, I mean, even though I didn't grow up in New York, I learned to speak and everything from a lot of people from that area and the terminology and everything. I mean, my grandmother's from Brooklyn and my mom is from like Connecticut and Jersey and my dad's from Philly. So it's like completely East Coast. Like everybody that taught me how to speak words were from East Coast, but they were all different areas of the East Coast, which I think that's maybe why I pronounce things a little bit different. I definitely noticed I got more of my mom's Jersey than my dad's Philly, though. It's definitely, my mom says more like chocolate and my dad says chocolate. You know, and I never got the Philly part, but my grandmother had a very, very distinct Brooklyn accent until the day she fucking died, and I think I picked up a lot on that. And then growing up around everybody else whose parents came down there, the snowbirds and whatever, so like pretty much everybody had like New York / Jersey accents.
Yeah.
So it just makes sense. But yeah, that quiz was interesting. It was, because it was like, what do you call these? Do you call them gym shoes, sneakers, or fucking, what's the other word? What do you call them?
Tennis shoes.
Yeah, tennis shoes. See, I couldn't even fucking, I have to think about that, you know, because we never even called them that, you know, so it was interesting.
Yeah, and what was the kitty corner, catty wampus? Wampus, cattywampus.
First time I ever heard that was Melissa said it, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I never heard cattywampus in my fucking life. That's so funny.
Yeah, never heard that in my lifetime. I always heard catty corner.
You're kitty corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just these tiny little differences, you know, and it's very distinct. It kind of shoves you in these different spots. It's really cool. If you guys are ever interested, you could do like a regional dialect test online. You can just Google that. I'm sure it'll pull one up. It was pretty cool because I was like, I'm almost positive that it's going to show me these areas, and it definitely pinpointed. It was like, bam, you're either here or here. We can't tell. And I'm like, that makes so much sense because we're the extra borough of New York down there for sure, you know.
Oh, shit said trainers. Goblin.
Trainers.
Is it soda or pop? Well, being from Texas, it's Coke. So it's neither one of those.
Okay, that totally blew my fucking mind too. Did you guys know in Texas they call all soda Coke? But that's like a brand, and that's a very specific thing. That makes no fucking sense to me. You say, I'll have a Coke, and they say, what kind? And you say, Sprite. Yeah. That is the weird... Out of all of the Texas language, that is the weirdest one to me.
That's weird.
There's a lot of weird ones.
But it's also kind of like the same thing as like asking for a Kleenex. Like saying, Goblin just said it. Yeah. Hand me a Kleenex. Well, Kleenex is a brand. And they only make some of the tissues.
Right.
But so it's the same thing. Coke was just the dominant brand, so it became synonymous with sodas.
Which makes sense, but I still would think like you would be ordering the item that you're... Because if I say, pass me a Kleenex, there's no options. You know that tissue is synonymous with Kleenex. It's a 1-for-1. This is a 1 Coke versus all other kinds of sodas.
Well, it's more like if you're going to a restaurant, you're going to order something. Like if I'm going to a restaurant and I want a Dr. Pepper, I'm going to order a Dr. Pepper. But if somebody is on their way to like 7-Eleven and they're like, hey, I'm going to 7-Eleven, do you want a Coke or something? You'd be like, yeah, what do you want? Dr. Pepper.
But I think it was your dad, order it. We went to a restaurant in Andrews and he said, I'll have a Coke. And they said, what kind? And I was just like, oh my God, this like hurting my brain. Like I thought, like, with the server.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's just a server train thing. But my dad was ordering a Coke. That's what he drank. But
yeah, but just for them to ask
yeah, for
what,
them to
what,
ask
what
means that
kind,
somebody's
you know?
doing that.
Yeah.
But
Oh, it's so fucking weird.
But yeah, that's pretty much when I would say it is like, hey, do you want a Coke or something? You know, do you want something to drink? Like, you know, but yeah.
Okay, the envelope or envelope.
Yeah.
You know what? I go back and forth. I usually say envelope. I'm a predominant envelope, but vase, like usually it's a vase, but sometimes it's a vase.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like
I go back and
they,
forth
they
too.
switch back and.
I mainly go back and forth because I don't know which one I should be saying, so I just kind of use both of them. Like I don't know, it depends.
It's very interesting.
Oh yeah, if you're from Dublin, Texas, Dr. Pepper is very different, and it's not as good. Whatever. I'm like Dr. Pepper for life guy, and the cane sugar Dr. Pepper, not the same.
But in one town they make it different?
Yeah, it's where they make the cane sugar one. They don't use the all like artificial flavorings and stuff.
Only in one town though? They don't distribute out?
Not from there.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Pibb.
Garage or garage? I've never heard garage.
Yeah, if you're saying garage, you're saying it wrong.
Who says
That's
garage?
just not right.
I use GIF because it is the way most people say it, but I do know that it was originally intended to be GIF.
It's supposed to be GIF.
But nobody says GIF, so...
He should have spelled it correctly if he wanted it to be called a GIF.
Right?
It's not our fault. It's not my fault you spelled it wrong.
Yeah, language is so interesting.
Yeah.
And in most cases, we can understand each other, even if we're from different areas, but sometimes... like I just don't know what the fuck people are talking about.
It's not a girlfriend. It's true. This is very true. Yeah, GIF is a peanut butter.
Yeah, totally.
Duh.
Yeah, there's been some times where I'm like, what? You know, like I have to try to ask people what the fuck they're talking about when they're from different areas, even though we all speak English, we all are saying mainly the same shit, but sometimes people say things and I'm like, what does that mean? Like I don't understand what that means.
Yep.
And you know, same thing for me too. Growing up where I did, there's probably shit that I say that people don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about either, you know?
Yeah.
I would imagine. I don't know. Never had anyone be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I guarantee you there's probably some things that I have said.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of
Jap.
anything.
You never heard of a Jap?
Yeah, I never heard of
before.
That. Yeah.
And that's like super common, like prominent term down there.
Yeah.
Princess probably knows about the Japs. You live on the East Coast and you are Jewish. The Jewish American princess, which is basically the fancy Jewish people that need all the like gotta get their nails done, gotta have their fluffy dog and everything. You know, it's like it's a very specific like kind of person down there. And then one time I said that and he was like, what? I'm like, fucking Jap. What? Not like Japanese, like it's a Jap. And it's not like a derogatory term.
Like, that's racist.
No, yeah. But it's not a derogatory term, it's just I guess it can be meant in a derogatory way if you're like, oh, this fucking Jap. But like people will call themselves Japs, you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm just a Jap. I just need my Coach bag. I'm just a Jap, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's like
I was like, I would definitely not say that to anyone. Is it a bubbler or a water fountain? Well, I've never heard of a bubbler, so it's got to be a water fountain.
Water fountain. Yeah, no, I would not imagine that you are a Jap, but I at least thought that you would know what I'm talking about, at the very least.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if you were.
Yeah. And Sarah says, like, how child rhymes are all a little bit different depending on where you grew up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read the Jap handbook. Oh, Lord, there's a Jap handbook. No, that's probably... That's fucking funny, dude.
Yeah.
It shows you how to meet a nice Jewish boy and marry him.
And how to be super materialistic.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Not my thing. We were definitely not about the
Where the best place to get your nails done is.
Yep. I'm not mad at nails, but it's not.
Oh, I'm so angry at nails.
A preppy handbook. Ew, that sounds horrible. I think I'm allergic to that.
Preppy handbook. I had, so whenever I traveled back to Texas this most recent trip, I had 2 people asking about my look and my style, which is just, to be expected when I go back to Texas. But this one lady put it very nicely. She was like, "Can I ask you, no offense, but I'm just curious, what did she say? What is your, shit, now I lost
What
the
do you
word.
call your aesthetics or whatever?
Aesthetic. Yeah, what is your aesthetic? And I was like, my aesthetic. I had to think for a minute, and I was like, oh, you mean what is my style that I'm going for? And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's a mash of everything. Just things I like. I just put on things I like. Mind you, I also had to wear my, I took my super fancy top hat with me because it was for a wedding. So I was wearing what I normally wear and punk rock jacket and just ripped up pants and stuff with a super fancy top hat on, which is awesome. Velvet and different colored velvets on it, so it's super fancy. So I know I'm walking around and everybody's just like, what is happening? But I was like, oh, I mean, honestly, I would wear this on a Wednesday anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that was what is your aesthetic? And I know she was wanting to know, am I, a punk or a candy raver? Those are super old. That shows my age. I don't know what the styles would be these days. I don't know what the kids are doing these days. But, punk, goth, whatever, and what is your aesthetic? And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's everything I like. 90s?
It's kind of 90s, retro.
Yeah. Kind of just fell out of the 90s. Still wearing.
What did the second person say?
She just asked what my style was. It was very nice. What is my, what's your style? I like it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
It's interesting that people feel the need to put a label on something.
Yeah.
It's interesting. When I went back to Georgia, I had a couple different people say that I looked like a chick from a show, and there was 2 different shows that I was compared to.
Okay.
And I looked them up, and I don't physically look anything like them. It's just people in Georgia, not in Atlanta, but outside of Atlanta, in the suburbs of Georgia, they've never seen alternative or gothy people at all. So they would only associate my unique alternative style to something that they have a reference to. So they were like, oh, you look like this chick from NCIS. And I was like, I don't know what that is. I've never seen it.
I don't know what those letters are.
Okay. Thank you. I had a couple people tell me that, and then a couple people told me there was some, I forgot what it was called. Was it Storage Wars or some show, some kind of thing where they would go find antique things or something? I don't know. I've never seen it. But it was just basically an alternative chick with tattoos.
Yeah.
I don't look like
the
them.
NCIS chick had colored hair, right? Yeah.
She had black hair.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Okay. So let's just say
label makers.
I look.
Oh yeah, she didn't even.
Nothing like her. At all. I do not feel like I look like her.
I can see in this picture, with her boots and the skirt and I could see, you don't specifically try to wear all black, but that's just all the things you like end up being black. So you end up wearing a lot of black. True. But yeah.
But the thing is, when they're you look like that chick, it's I don't facially look like her, but it's I've never seen a goth before around these parts.
Yeah.
So that's the only goth that I've ever seen before. So you guys must be in cahoots, And I'm like,
yeah.
There's a lot more unique people.
Sarah said American Pickers.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Thank you.
Tries to put these subgenre names on things, and and then a lot of people really try to fit into these subgenres. I'm gonna be steampunk, or I'm gonna be a cyberpunk or whatever. And I'm like, I kind of like all of them, and I just pull anything from all of them. But it's a weird thing to put a label on things.
Yeah, I guess it's.
Oh, and Goblin, you want to see the hat? I'll go get the hat. I can get it. I can show you.
Yeah, it's this chick. Which okay, I mean we definitely have a similar style. I would totally wear her outfit.
Okay, I mean yeah, she's got tattoos and she's wearing a black T-shirt.
I know that's it
wow.
though, and that's what got me is where it's okay, you've had such limited access to alternative people that you're going to tell me I look like somebody that I don't actually physically look like just because I haven't. So I've seen someone before with alternative style on this show. You totally are just like her.
I've seen
like,
someone wear a
what?
black t-shirt before. You look just like her.
Isn't it weird? It really just struck me as weird. And I ended up looking her up when I was out there because I heard it twice and I was like, what the fuck is this chick? And my dad was like, oh yeah, his friend said it and he's like, yeah, I could totally see that. And then I looked it up and I was like, because she has tattoos?
Yeah, like I.
Because okay, she's wearing a bandana. I wear bandanas.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
I
you
wear
look exactly
bandanas.
like her.
Exactly,
She's like
right?
your doppelganger. Yep. You could befriend her and try to steal her identity. As we learned on our last stream. I'll go get that hat.
Okay. Oh, H Money, I love that. That's the best compliment ever, that you still think I look and sound like Natasha Lyonne. That's a fucking awesome thing to say, actually. I greatly appreciate that. Why is this not going down right now? I can't even scroll over to X out of this thing right now. I have no idea why. That's what she normally looks like, the show in the bandana. Okay. Which is fine. I mean, I could see some similarities. It's just, I guess it just goes to show how strange that it is that people in certain parts of the country have, like, no diversity. That everybody, for the most part, is pretty plain and simple. And if anybody's different, they definitely stand out enough to be like, let me think of this one other alternative person that I've ever seen. It's very, very weird to me. When we lived in Fort Collins, Colorado, we were like, oh my God. Everyone's like, we're so unique and different. We're like, you're literally wearing the same outfit. Everyone's wearing the same outfit. You're drinking the same beer and you have beards or long brown hair. Oh my God.
You're wearing a uniform.
Yeah.
Puffy jacket, khakis, sandals. Jesus, sandals.
I love it. And Sarah agrees with H Money about me sounding like Natasha Lyonne, which is fucking awesome. She's East Coast. You know, she's like one of the only stars that I can think of off the top of my head that has a very like East Coast attitude and voice like that.
Yeah.
So I always loved
the
her
persona,
and everything.
I could kind of see the persona being close to.
Yeah.
She seems very fun and bubbly too.
She
like,
does.
in real life, so I could see that.
I think we would be friends.
Probably.
I hope.
Be good.
Okay.
Here you go. That's my fancy hat. It's all velvet. And look, the underside is all multicolored. Ooh. And it has a grouse foot on it, naturally.
Yeah.
That was given to us. But, yeah. So I was just wearing this because I was getting, I was on my way to a wedding. And I just had, like, my normal jacket on that, it's got studs and stuff on it and, like, patches, which... It's like a women's blazer that I found at Goodwill and studded up and patched up myself. So it's not even like a punk jacket. It's just a thing that I got that fit. And it's all like raggedy and stuff. So I'm just wearing like whatever. And then my baggy Jinkos, like the largest jeans I have. So walking around in those and like this top hat. And everybody's like, what is happening right now? I'm like, oh, whatever. It's a good hat. Leave me alone.
It's a great hat.
I wear it randomly.
It's a great
anyway.
hat.
It's
Yeah,
a good
she's
hat.
wearing for this. There you go.
It's a good hat.
What's your aesthetic?
What's your aesthetic? I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's a great hat.
Like a weird? Can we just go with weird? My aesthetic is, I like that. Something colorful.
I've been to the bins a couple times. It's been a long time since I've been. But you're reminding me that I should probably go back to the bins.
That's right. I've actually never been to the bins. I've heard of them. I've heard the tales. Never been.
I love digging through shit. Finding treasures.
Yeah.
And it's just like by weight. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's so great. They're like, we're not pricing everything, which is good because there's not fucking stickers on everything.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's true.
They're in their damn
Oh, thanks, princess. A fedora? No. It's a top hat. Fedoras are not square. It's a short top hat, which I specifically looked for because I have a tiny head, so... The full-size top hats are giant on me, but...
Yeah, you have multiple different
I got a lot
top
of hats.
hat sizes.
I do.
And other hat
And
kinds. You have so many cool hats.
Yeah.
Bowler hats, those are my favorite. That you have.
Bowlers, I got multiple bowlers. I have a vintage bowler that is from the 30s that's blue. Awesome.
It's so awesome.
That's real good. Yeah, I I decided that when I was young, all the men in my family were bald on top by the time they were like 35. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna be going bald. I'm gonna need to start my hat collection now. So I started my hat collection like in my teens, and started looking for a good hat. And then, of course, I'm the one who kept my hair. So everybody's like, oh, you're gonna color your hair, you're gonna lose it. And I'm like, might as well play with it while I got it. And now I'm the only one that has hair. How's that? I keep joking with my uncle. I always tell him, how's that blue hair looking now? Aren't you jealous?
Yeah. I love it. I love your whole array of hats, even though you have the hair. You don't need it to cover up anything.
Nope.
But it looks fun.
I like my hats.
And yeah, Princess. Oh yeah, the fucking early top hats, the super tall ones.
Oh
they're
yeah,
so
the
fun,
big,
dude.
the stovetop or the
They're
stovepipe
so cool.
hats. Yeah.
I almost got one for Dusty. I found it on eBay, and it was old and raggedy and all fucked up, which is what he totally wanted, like a super old one. It was like 1800s, but I didn't know what size that he is because he has a very small hat, and I wasn't about to buy this like really nice hat if it didn't fit.
It's probably a good call.
And
I don't like the tall ones anyways. They don't really look good on me. That one we got in Japan is too tall. I don't wear it very often. Like it's a novelty one, but there was like a bright red top hat that we just walked by this store in Japan, and I was like, skirt, and stopped. I grabbed Sammy. I was like, come on, we're going in immediately. And it was like this bright red top hat, and it's cool, but it's too tall. It doesn't vibe with me. My favorite are like the pork pie. I have a pork pie that is my most general hat that I wear, but yeah, I like the little short ones, but I have bowlers and mini bowlers and all the things.
He's a hat guy.
I'm a hat guy. I got all the hats. I finally completed my collection with the skimmer hat, like the straw hat that you always see in like the barbershop quartets from like the 30s and stuff, where it's like the straight brim and like the little thing. I always wanted one of those, but they're very hard to find them that would actually fit my head without making me look ridiculous. So I finally found one. There you go, those guys.
Looks like you're gonna be, I don't know, doing some kind of talk to a bunch of Republicans or something like that back in the day.
Yeah,
in
or
a
doing
Georgia
the
accent or something like that.
Doing
I don't
the
know.
hello my baby, hello my honey. Oh, the camera's still froze on this screen.
Oh shit! Oh, that's weird.
We didn't reset that one.
That's weird. That's okay. Hi, Steve. Welcome, my friend.
Oh, hi, Steve. Welcome
Hi.
in. Welcome.
What have you been doing
Nice
tonight?
To see you. It's a little late for you to be rolling in. What have you been getting up to? Goblin. I'm approaching Bozo hair. That's cool. Bozo had good hair. When I'm old, I really want like mad scientist hair. Like I want to go all white and do a little like somewhere between Einstein and Doc Brown. That's my goal.
That'll be good.
Yeah, just everywhere and don't have to care about it. That's my aim.
I wonder what on earth is going to happen with my hair when it's just going to keep going forever.
Just gonna keep going.
It's to the point where I'm stepping on it right now. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah. Oh, Princess, I would totally sing in a barbershop quartet. I would love it.
Yeah, you were trying to start one a few years ago and it never took off, which was really sad.
Nope. We had a barbershop duo for about a month.
Damn it.
But yeah, I would like to though. I think it'd be great.
I think it would.
The competitions, I love the quartet competitions. They're so good.
I'm telling you, I think you need to get Thaddeus in on that one. Actually, Jay would probably totally be in on that.
Oh, Jay.
I almost guarantee you Jay would want to be in a barbershop quartet
That's
with you.
True.
I've never seen women in them because it's normally dude voices, but
Generally, man, it's just usually lower, but that would be that could be cool.
I think that should happen. I think that would be a cool thing. You don't watch that stream? What stream? What are you talking about?
Oh, Steve just got home. Helped my nephew and some other stuff.
Well, cool. That was nice.
You know, I
of
was
you to
helping my
do
nephew
a
and
solid.
things.
I'm glad you popped in.
Yeah.
My friend. I was hoping we didn't lose you because we didn't friggin' start on time because all of the cameras were ridiculous. So we're just using our laptop camera right now, which looks like shit.
It's true.
But we'll figure it out. It was weird. We have a brand new GoPro that we got because the other one is not doing so good. And we got it to use for our show that we're going to do. And I was like, okay, let's use the new one because the old one, sometimes we have to start it 10 times to get it to connect. So we plugged it in and we're like, all right, it's working. It's a webcam. It was in like fisheye, like ultra wide fisheye.
Super wide angle. You could see like pretty much our entire living room.
Yeah.
Was in there.
And we're like, that's totally unnecessary. We look like little ants in the middle.
We
So
were
we're like, we
literally-
have to be able to change the setting so that it's just like a regular thing. And we couldn't do that, apparently. We tried. We tried greatly. We tried to do that. And that just didn't work. So now we were like, fuck it. We'll do the other camera. We'll just see if we can get the other camera to connect. We have to get the stream started. And then it would not turn on. And we
It
were
just
like,
won't turn
oh
on.
my God. Okay, fuck. So I guess we'll just use the other one then, even though it's ridiculously wide angle, whatever. And we turned it on and we start the stream. And as soon as we actually go live, the camera, boop, it just turned itself off.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I have no idea why. And we were like, fuck.
It was
So I
working. We
guess
went
I'll
through
do-
the entire like 10-minute countdown and it was there. And as soon as we switched over to the new screen, it beeped and turned off. And we're like, what? Seriously.
It was
Yeah,
ridiculous.
so we're using the webcam one on the laptop. Princess said women weren't allowed to congregate much at that time. Oh yeah, no, that's true. In the barbershop quartet time. But now they have competitions now. And honestly, like thinking about it in the competitions, I haven't really seen women in the competitions either. I'm sure they're in there. I just wonder if most of the songs and stuff they're doing, I wonder if the harmonies are lower, so there's just not many roles for higher voices.
Maybe.
Like if it's just or if it's like a tradition thing, I don't know.
But around that same time too, you would have the radio ladies. I don't know what you call them, but you know the radio ladies that would sing and harmonize behind with the early radio shows.
Yep.
So, and you didn't normally hear very men doing that. So I guess they had the kind of like things like this is for you
Everybody
guys,
was
for you guys.
segregated.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, because they had all like the what do they call it, like the duets and stuff with the women and like the trios and stuff that would do it. There's a band now, the Pupini Sisters, that
They're fucking great.
They're amazing, and they sound like they could have been, you know, traveling in the USO shows back in the 40s, and like they're really good.
Yeah, you guys, I highly recommend check those guys out. They're really, really, really fun. I like them a lot. Ever since you showed me them, I was like, these guys fucking rule.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah. Cool. That was a good side rant. And okay, recording gobbling, that makes way more sense. You would watch a barbershop quartet stream.
Oh,
It
yeah.
just said I don't watch that stream. I was like, what?
I don't
what
watch that
stream?
stream.
What are you not watching? I don't get it.
Good, don't watch that one. That was terrible anyway. Yeah.
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 Well, maybe we fucking fight and put some women in the barbershop ones just to be like, whatever, you can't tell us we can't do it. I'll be in it. I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at harmonies,
That's okay.
but I could figure it out.
I
would
want a
like-
punk rock version anyway. So
I mean, I'm a punk rock vocalist. What do you know? How perfect is that?
What?
Yeah,
Since
believe it
when?
or not. Since
It's true. It's very true.
it is true. I got to sing some Tool really loud yesterday. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good.
Tool, the punkest of punk rocks.
It's not punk, but it's rock and fucking roll.
Yeah. True.
Yep. It's good shit.
Barbershops were the domain of men. This is true. Were there, like, salon quartets? Maybe there was, like, a salon quartet that was... That's what I would call an all-women quartet. There should be an all-women one that's a salon quartet. That'd be
Oh,
fun.
that's funny. That's actually pretty funny. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm for it.
So since we were talking about weird medical conditions, I'm going to show you guys something super fancy. Oh, real quick, Waybug says, what's your experience with GoPro? You look for an underwater camera when you go to Papua New Guinea. I'm so excited you're going to New Guinea. Jesus Christ. I have not done any underwater stuff with it yet. So I can't say.
No.
But I'm excited to try at some point. But yeah, I haven't done any underwater.
But with GoPro in general, I mean...
They're supposed to be
they
great
seem
for it.
fine. We haven't really done a whole lot with ours. We've taken it out a little bit, but generally if we're out and about, like the camera on her phone is so good. Like we haven't really used these, but we will be for our travel show we're putting together. So we'll be testing that out very soon. But in general, they seem nice.
They do make floaty things that you can
Try to
attach to the camera, which is highly recommended because if it comes off of the thing or if it gets kicked out of your hand or whatever, if a wave hits you, like your camera's gone. So it'll keep it floating on the top, and it's like a bright color, so you can easily find it. So I would probably recommend that.
Yep.
Try it in the tub. Yeah, no, they're
That's a
pretty good at it.
different
You
stream.
just have to have the, everything needs to be secured and everything, but it should be totally good to go. Which, by the way, Waybug, I'm also very, very, very excited. We got your box of snacks.
Yeah,
and
we did.
We are not opening it. We're going to open it on stream. And Tavia requests to be with us for that because she's going to eat the snacks with us.
Yeah.
So, I'm really excited about it. On Monday, you didn't pop in. You were doing something else, which is totally okay. But I was like, damn it, if you popped in, we'll eat the snacks.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking next Monday, we're going to eat the snacks. We're going to do Waybug snacks. It's going to be the best.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I don't even know what's in there. Like, I don't want to cheat. I want to do it on
we haven't
stream.
looked. Although it is weird on the label, there's actually an itemized list of what's in there. And
There is?
Yeah. I read one of the things and I was like, no, and like, it's not like a real list. Like it just says like, or like crisp snacks or something like that. But it started saying things. I see. You're killing my legs right now. Can you not use claws? Thank you. We love you.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm really excited.
But
about
yeah,
your
if you can be here next Monday, we will do that and open those on stream.
Yeah,
with you.
we'll make sure to wait
we
for
want
you to be
there.
here, and if you have a few minutes to hang out while we do that, that would be super cool.
Yeah, you'll have to take a break at work.
Yep.
Take an early lunch.
And shit, we could even call you in if you wanted to be a call in for a few minutes while we get our snacks.
Yeah, that would
and
be
you
fun.
can react to it. It'd be great. Whatever.
Yeah.
But no pressure on that one. I know you're usually at work, but that would be fun.
Yes.
So I'm definitely excited about that. Okay, back to business here, because this is a super weird, rare medical condition, and it freaks me out super hard. This is one that like spooks me.
Sorry, Waybug. Yeah, you just missed it. We were just talking to you for the whole time.
Oh, shit.
In short, summing all that up, yes, we did get the package, and we're super excited about it, and we want to open it while you're here, so we haven't opened it yet. So if you come in next Monday, we'll open it with you on stream, so we can have it with you here. So
Yeah.
we didn't want to open it without you, so we haven't opened it or looked at it or anything. So
That's so
we're
funny. You're
excited.
like, okay, hey, I'm back.
Yeah,
So
hey, I'm
you're
back.
like,
You're
damn
"No,
it, we just told you the whole
we-
thing.
We just spent 45
okay.
minutes talking to only you, and you missed all of it. That's fine. But yeah, next Monday, if you come in, it would be super cool to have you there.
We're really excited about it. We haven't
but-
opened it yet. We have no idea what's in it.
No.
So it's going to be the great reveal on stream.
Deal.
You
And Tavia
better.
wants to be there too. Tavia said we have to promise to let her be
Yeah.
in on it
We're
because she's
just
like,
gonna
I want
yell at
Australian
her.
snacks. I'm like, fine.
She's like, you better let me in on that. So we're like, okay, I guess. So that's going to be really fun. We get to try Australian snacks.
Yes.
Yay. Cool. Okay. So now I'm going to horrify you guys. This is thankfully a very short video. Here.
Okay. Chitty, you ready?
I'm sure you guys have probably at some point, or some of you guys have heard about tetratomas, which are little lumps inside of people with teeth and hair and stuff. Some of them are like parasitic twins. Some of them are just weird overgrowths and stuff like that. It's super fucking weird. We're going to talk about that. Oh, yeah.
Fairy bread, I know.
Fairy bread. I've always wanted fairy bread. I never had it. And it's like a super easy thing to make. But I've never made it. I don't know why. But Tim Tam Slam. Okay.
Tim
I will
Tam
have
Slam.
to-
The Tim Tam Slam.
Okay. When we do the snack
Okay.
pack, I'll Google anything you want. I will check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, H money. Teratoma.
Oh, yeah, teratoma. I said tetratoma. That was
Yep.
not the right word. I apologize. Yes, teratoma.
Quentin Teratoma.
My bad. Yeah, it's pretty horrible. but we're just gonna check it out real quick. It's a very short little video, and we're gonna. Ah, damn it!
Boo.
Damn
What?
it!
That's where that ends?
Yeah.
Tumors with teeth.
That
video looks
Should we
like-
do that one? That sounds fun.
I'm up to see what that video is.
Can you imagine
Okay,
being
we're
told
not.
that you have a monster growing inside of you? One
Cool,
day
it's
you
that
start
pain.
to feel pain, and that pain only gets worse. So you make an appointment to see a doctor. Fast
Yeah,
forward a few
basket
weeks,
case.
and something
Yeah,
is
basket
removed
case.
from you. That thing, the surgeons say, is like a tiny malformed person that was growing in your body. If this sounds like science fiction, we can assure you it isn't. The name of this thing, or tumor, is a teratoma, and that word comes from the Greek meaning monster and tumor. Indeed, these things might be made up of certain types of tissue, and so they might contain hair and teeth, but also muscle and bone. In rare cases, they might grow all kinds of things, so monster isn't
face.
really an exaggeration. Thankfully, they're rare, and if they do appear, they might be found in the testicles, the tailbone, or a woman's ovaries. We'll first explain what these things are and who might suffer from them, and then tell you why they can grow their own body tissues and organs. There are two main types of teratoma. One is called a mature teratoma, the other an immature teratoma. It's the latter that posed the bigger problem because these have more of a chance of developing into a malignant tumor. The mature type are usually just removed, and that's it, although they can grow back again. It's these immature ones, often found in a woman's ovaries, that
Super
can have a
immature.
life
Look
of
at
their own. These can also be worrying for parents of a newborn because babies and children can get them at the tailbone, either inside of the body or outside. These are called sacrococcygeal teratoma. On top of looking scary for parents and the child, if that child is old enough to be cognizant of what's going on, they are painful. The good news is they occur in something like 1 out of every 35,000 to 40,000 infants. In women, if they develop them in their ovaries, not only might there be intense pain, but they're sometimes accompanied by something called an MNDA encephalitis. That's a kind of brain inflammation and has been known to cause incredibly painful headaches and, in some people, mental problems, including psychosis. We found a photo of one of these tumors that had been found inside a woman, although that woman had been dug up and was 500 years old. The researchers who discovered the skeleton were from Portugal, and they wrote up their findings in the International Journal of Paleopathology. What's so strange about this tumor, and hard to look at, is that it has a set of teeth, albeit not a whole set. In this case, and in other ovarian teratomas, cells had multiplied abnormally, and so you get the added tissue. The good news is that once noticed, these kinds of tumors are removed and the woman is usually back to normal pretty quickly. Only in a few cases do they become cancerous. The bad news is that they often go unnoticed, and inside the woman this strange tumor develops. At some point the pain will come, and what might come out could look to have a life of its own. More bad news is that we found a case of one woman who had 2 of these things removed at separate times, and then another grew inside of her. You men out there are not spared from this. You can get one in the testicles. They can come at any age, but the most common period is from the age of 20 to 30. We found a case of a 37-year-old man who had pain in his groin for about a month, although he didn't at first visit the hospital. When he did, it was bad news because it was a metastatic teratoma, meaning cancer had spread around his body. We should say that the National Institutes of Health say this is very, very rare. To all our male viewers, the experts say catching these things early is very important. So if you feel pain down there, don't be afraid to visit a doctor and let him have a look. That might be embarrassing for some people, but hey, it's better to know. The survival rate is much higher when the disease is in the early stages. We know these things can grow hair and teeth because of abnormal cell growth, but just how much can they grow? How developed could this thing become? The National Institutes of Health wrote about cases in which the teratoma had developed a lot. It said teeth are common, especially in women, but added that a teratoma might grow a body-like structure, and so turned into what's called a homunculus. This word comes from Latin and means little person. So this tumor is likened to a small person growing inside a person. We've seen a photo of a teratoma that grew inside a 40-year-old woman, and hers had developed a lot. While it's not exactly a person, this thing did have molars, hair, sebaceous glands, and neural tissue. It gets even stranger because in 2017, Japanese surgeons found a teratoma in a young girl, and hers had grown a small brain, as well as hair, bone, and teeth. What was actually an operation to remove the 16-year-old's appendix turned into something different when the surgeons noticed the little monster, and on inspection, it was found to have a tiny malformed brain. The science media wrote about this, saying not only did her egg cell divide, those new cells took on the form of hair follicles and a tiny thin layer of bone covering a brain-like structure resembling a brainstem and a cerebellum. The good news is that the girl was okay. In 2002, there was another case in Japan that was even more strange, and this was reported by the National Institutes of Health. A 25-year-old woman in Japan had gone in to have an ovarian cyst removed, and surgeons found something very surprising. They reported seeing what they called a little doll-like structure. The surgeon said that this was a homunculus, stating what they found had grown a brain, an eye, an ear, teeth, spinal nerves, a thyroid gland, bones, bone marrow, a gut, a trachea, blood vessels, and phallic cavernous tissue. If you don't know what that last part means, it's a penis or part of a penis. That eye, by the way, was in the middle of the forehead, so it was kind of a cyclops. It also had thick eyelashes. The phallus was in the right place, right between the legs. From what we can see, this Japanese woman had the most fully formed little human yet reported. There are other reports too, with perhaps the misleading and hyperbolic headline stating that women had grown an evil twin. They're not twins, they're tumors. There was a case in the US where it was first reported that a woman had grown an embryonic twin, but no, it was a teratoma. One woman in the US actually joked she'd grown an evil twin, but she said it was because the thing had caused her so much pain. It had also grown hair and teeth, so it was perhaps not exactly something she wanted inside her. So there you go. Now you know something about teratomas and the possibility of a little person growing inside of you. We imagine you feel much better now, or perhaps not. What would you do if you found one of these things growing inside of you? Tell us in the comments. And
Oh my god.
That's not good. None of those are good.
Okay, so you guys want to see pictures of real ones?
Yeah. I do.
Graphic content warning.
Hi, Pluto.
Hi, Pluto. You want to see some teratomas?
Yeah, coming up
That'll
with
be cute.
Coming up with the little monsters. Good. Good.
Okay, I'm previewing it beforehand to make sure that we are
Yeah.
making good
Well,
choices.
let's just pull up the one that we need to see.
Yep,
Not-
I'm gonna do that.
Not all of those.
Nope. Oh no.
Pluto Princess says hello to you. He's just purring.
Boy, am I glad you guys aren't seeing this. So, I've seen a few different things saying that this is real, and I'm not 100%, so I can't necessarily confirm that this is not bullshit. But it's kind of the coolest looking one ever.
Oh, I hope that's real.
I hope it's real. I like I said, I can't say I'm not sitting here saying like this is 100% real. Take it with a grain of salt. But I've seen it come up in multiple different things in the past here. So there we go.
That.
That's got two eyes. So I don't know. I feel like looks like a sculpture, or it could be a sculpture, but it also could be. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh my god.
Might be real. Might be real. I don't know.
I don't know. But
That's good.
let's
So
find some
whatever it
other
is, that's
ones that
awesome
are
then.
definitely real.
I like that. I like that the one in the animation, they gave it little legs and it like moved around on its own. I like their little animated teratoma monster they made. That was
Yeah.
fun. It was fun.
I know, I liked him too. It's funny.
Too balanced to be real. Yeah, that could be true. But I don't know, the one they were talking about that had like the Cyclops thing, it had like little arm areas and leg areas, and then the little like, you know, those little penis starting to grow where it should. So I don't know.
Wow, Pluto is
Pluto
really excited
loves
right
teratomas.
now. He does.
That's
he
his favorite
loves
topic.
it. Trying to find a good one.
Too much like a face. Yeah. That one, that's definitely real.
That looks pretty real.
That's a real thing.
Ew.
Ew, it looks like a bunny rabbit.
It's got like dreadlocks, dude.
Ew.
Ugh. That was in a young male, so that was in his balls. Damn. Yeah, I'm definitely
Steve,
having to vet
did the
this.
doctor and patients go to jail for terminating a life form? Depends on
Yeah,
what state
you
they
know
were in.
what? It does. It probably does depend on the state these days. fucked up that you even have to
H20.
think about that.
Buddha looks high. Oh, you're talking about our cat, Pluto. Pluto's the cat. And, yeah, he's just happy. He's not high, he's just happy.
He's pretty pumped. Oh, this is kind of crazy. This is a tumor that has feet in it. It's weird. It's not letting me scroll over for some right there. Finally. Look.
Oh, what? It's got a foot.
It's got a foot, dude.
Really?
This is a foot growing in the brain.
Ew, no.
It's a brain foot.
That's a terrible place for a foot.
It's a foot brain. Oh my god. So
Brain
that's
was-
interesting.
This brain was made for walking.
So you don't get to see that every day now, do ya? Let me type in with I. Pardon me.
Not every day.
No way. I hope that one's real because that shit's fucking crazy. I don't know. For some reason, it's just not being responsive sometimes.
Oh, you gotta be on this side of the image over here, so it'll scroll. If you're over here, it won't do it.
Oh.
Because it's trying
okay.
to scroll in
I
that
see.
window instead of
We're
the whole
learning
page.
stuff. Okay, look at this one. Hold on, I gotta make it bigger because there's some other shit you probably don't want to see so much. But here you go, front and center. Ba, 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 ba. It's teratoma with an eyeball.
That's just an eyeball.
Damn.
Steve, well, time for me to go to bed.
Aw.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. Did we freak you out? We're bad.
No, I know it's getting late for you. Thank you for popping in.
We're so
It's
glad
nice
you
see
came to say
for
hi, Steve. We
a
love
minute.
you.
Plain toast. It is quite a cat.
I know. He is quite the
Pluto
cat.
is-
He
Pluto's
is
quite the cat.
very fucking loud. And
Yeah.
sorry.
He-
And it's pretty cute, though.
He purrs. He definitely purrs.
Yeah. So I'm just going to warn you guys, if anybody decides to Google teratoma, just be prepared.
Yep. Graphic
Because
content.
that was, I showed you the mild
Those-
versions.
yeah, those
on
are
there.
mild
That
ones.
was the mild ones.
Half lion. He is kind of
Lord
half
mercy.
lion. And he's just always happy. He's the happiest kitty
He's
cat.
so happy.
Always.
He's so fucking cute, dude. He's just so cute. He is a very, very, very loved kitty. He's such a nice dude.
Oh, he's
we
loved.
hang out all the time.
Yep.
Oh, we got the stone disorder.
Oh yeah, we
where
should do. We
it's
should do
like
that
turning
one before
people's
we go.
bodies to bone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna check this one out. This one's super weird, where their muscle turns into bones.
It's a reunion of old friends.
It's been a long time.
They all have one of the rarest diseases on Earth.
My jaw is completely fused.
My leg is fused at the hip.
That's the limit of motion I've got. Their condition causes their muscles, ligaments, and tendons to become bone, turning their bodies rock hard.
We're turning to a human statue. We can't move.
The three friends suffer from a disease known as FOP. There are only 700 known cases in the world. Almost half of them are in the U.S.
That's
Ashley
interesting.
Kerfiel lives outside Atlanta, Georgia. As a toddler, her arm was amputated after doctors misdiagnosed her with cancer.
Oh,
They missed the
damn.
telltale signature of FOP disease, a crooked big toe. Now her muscles have started hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body. It's like super glued to my side, my upper arm, because it does not move.
Her neck and spine are now fused. 5 years ago, Ashley's leg got stuck in this bent position.
It's stuck, and that thigh is rock hard bone.
A 4-inch platform shoe enables her to walk. The 30-year-old showed us how she uses a drawer handle to take off her pants. A convenient closet doorknob helps her get them back on.
This
I
is
mean,
it
that's
for
resourceful.
Yeah.
the movement in the shoulders.
Patrick Doerr's jaw is nearly frozen shut.
Just enough to talk.
His mom, Gretchen, a pediatric nurse, was heartbroken when he was diagnosed.
He was 17 and big and burly, and the next thing you know, he's in such severe pain.
She watched helplessly as his muscles and joints turn to solid bone.
Very intense swelling, very intense pain.
At 52, Nancy Sando is one of the oldest living people with FOP. She inches her way toward the bed. Her body is stiff as a board.
God has given me the ability to find the joys in the little things in life.
It's a tremendous hardship. FOP is a devastating disease.
Dr. Frederick Kaplan of the University of Pennsylvania is the leader in the fight against the disease and personally sees to every case.
We adored Nancy and Ashley and Patrick. I mean, they're all testimonies to the human spirit. They're shining examples of what human beings can do when they're faced with such incredible adversity.
With the reunion set, getting there would prove quite an undertaking. Nancy and her caregiver left Michigan's Upper Peninsula, driving 3 hours in her minivan. Ashley gets a little help down the jetway in Atlanta, then walks on board her flight and takes her seat. Patrick boarded his plane in Philadelphia, and when he found his seat, the 30-year-old accountant enjoyed a drink with his own ingenious invention.
I've got a lot of pride. I have a lot of ability.
The three friends finally made it to Detroit and settled in at their hotel. They shared techniques for doing all the things we all take for granted. They gathered by the pool. Ashley took a refreshing swim. Dinner proves the most challenging of all, since Patrick and Nancy's jaws are all but fused shut. They first use their lips to mash the food against their teeth, then push it through gaps. And everywhere they go, they draw inspiration from each other. It helps to know that they're not alone.
Oh, I'm glad they have each other.
The dance party is in full swing. The DJ gets the crowd moving, shaking, and spinning. But this is a dance unlike any you've ever seen. The partygoers were all born with a rare disease called FOP. It's caused by a gene defect that is gradually turning their bodies into rock-hard bone. They call themselves FOPers. They're also known as the human statues or petrified people, names they do not particularly like. 59 of these brave souls have come from across the country to Orlando, Florida for their 25th annual convention. There are only 800 such people alive in the world today afflicted with FOP.
We're human beings turning physically into a human statue.
32-year-old Ashley Kerpeel's arm was amputated. Her leg, neck, and spine are now rock-hard bone. Ashley came with her family.
Love my sister.
Getting into the pool isn't easy. But Ashley's game for playing Splish Splash.
It's hard for me to play with her when I can't do a whole lot, so at least it's something I can do with her.
Most heartbreaking of all is seeing the devastating effects on young children. It begins with FOP's signature diagnosis, a crooked big toe.
Weird.
The youngest FOPer at the convention is 3-year-old William Ellicott from Oregon. William's right arm is permanently stuck in this position. His back is riddled with bone growth. His mom, Katrina, says most people don't understand what's wrong with her little boy.
Did you break an arm, or? So I do a lot of explaining.
You look good, Chris. It looks really nice.
23-year-old Chris Michelle from New Jersey shows off a daring Victoria's Secret bikini.
Kind of sexy.
At 57, John Redding is one of the oldest of the conventioneers in attendance. He even crafted a spoon with a golf club to make it easier to eat. 18-year-old Brianne LaChance has to force food into her mouth because her jaw is fused shut.
I can't open my mouth.
Dr. Fred Kaplan is the world's leading expert on the disease. Treating these patients requires scientific knowledge and a lot of heart. Getting ready for the convention is a big undertaking. Ashley's mom helped slip on a new robotic arm. Then it was time to join the party. There they were, her fellow patients having a great time on the dance floor. Chris had changed out of her bikini and was wearing a zebra-patterned cocktail dress. And 3-year-old William, he was dancing up a storm and making new friends, having a great time, comforted by the fact that he was not alone.
That's really nice, actually, that they all get together. That made me feel happy. They're not alone.
Yeah, plain toast. I totally get that. That's a hard hand to be dealt, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Where's your God now?
Where's
You know,
yeah.
like what the fuck for a little cute 3-year-old fucking
Yeah.
kid having to go through that. Oh, it's just God's plan. Like doesn't
Was
sit
it
right
really
with me.
to make this person suffer through their entire life was his plan? But wow.
That's craziness. That is so interesting that the body can just fail like that. And do
Yeah.
something where your muscles are just turning to
Mhm.
bone, dude.
Yeah. Can you find pictures of that skeleton?
That's what I was just looking up right now,
Cool.
actually.
Yeah. Which? What museum was it where we saw that one? Which one was
It
that?
was the Hunterian Museum.
Was it the
in
Hunterian? That's what I
London,
was
yeah.
thinking of. I wasn't sure if it was if that was the one or not.
I mean, it might have not been the same exact one, but we saw one with this condition for sure, which was really cool. So this is
Yeah.
what their skeletons
Just
end
the
up looking
muscle
like.
just turns to bone. Why would the body do that? Like how is it being told to do that?
So
That doesn't make any
bizarre.
sense. That's so trippy.
What would cause that? It's so fucking weird.
Yeah.
This one's interesting here.
Oh yeah.
Wow. What a trippy thing. Fully fused skeleton. Oh, that was at the Mooter. We went to the Mooter too.
There you go.
hmm
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. We were both
That's
thinking
it.
of the different ones.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah, I
one
was
I had
thinking of that.
pictured.
Oh, nope. Yeah, the one from the Hunterian. That's the first one that we had seen where we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in that case, I do remember that.
No,
Wait, is that the one? That's the one.
no. It was... Might have actually been this one. It wasn't in a case. It was just like out and about. And we stopped on that for a second where we were like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's super weird.
Trippy.
Very, 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 very weird. I feel so bad for those people. But it is
Yeah.
very neat to be able to observe their skeletons in that kind of way. It's so eye-opening to what it is that they must go through. Yeah, nature, man. Nature is cruel sometimes. It does some crazy shit. As we've learned tonight, there's been a lot of weird shit that we have covered tonight.
A lot of weird things,
like
man.
the tree man that we covered at the beginning of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
12-pound hands of crazy scaly warts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's intense what
really
nature
is.
will do, and just the way that, one little genetic like modification will just alter people's lives forever, and just man.
And they're so rare that they're not even genetic. So it's just like random as fuck. It's just super random. Where people are like,
it's like one little
wow.
one little gene somewhere along the line just doesn't, it glitches, or princess. Yeah, it's completely random, and
yeah,
we never know what we're gonna be handed.
Really is. Which, hey, we're not having kids, so you know what? We don't have to worry about passing anything like that into the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, it really does make me appreciate how lucky that I am.
Oh,
I really
100%.
feel very lucky, even though I've got aches and pains and all those horrible things. It is nothing compared to what a lot of other people experience, especially people with extreme disabilities like that. So, I may not be able to pick up anything heavy or hike up a mountain, but I can at least function.
Yeah.
So that is some rough shit. But
For
I
sure.
think it is good to kind of share these kind of things to also give other people perspective too.
Yeah.
That it could always be worse. It doesn't negate people's experience.
No.
But
And
it could always be
everybody's
worse.
got struggles of their own kind, no matter what. Everybody's struggling with something, but it really puts things into perspective. whenever you see it, for sure. So it's like, well, at least I'm not dealing with that, I guess.
Yes.
But I mean, suffering is suffering, no matter what. You know, we all experience suffering in some way, but yeah, princess. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a gene. It's like one tiny little DNA strand, one of your little letters gets just crooked. You know.
How does that happen? It's so strange. Yeah, we're lucky. We're lucky to exist. So everybody take a moment. And even though we have some shit that hurts and things that suck sometimes, which no doubt everybody has something or other, and some people have more chronic pain, some people have random pain, but like, let's take a moment and appreciate that we do not have some of these horrible disorders of that nature. We're not turned to stone. We're not a tree person. Hopefully none of us have tumors with teeth and hair in it. That's good.
If I do, I'm making a movie about it.
The foreign accent one is the coolest.
Yeah.
Yes, of those. I feel bad that it affects people, you know, emotionally in that kind of way. But as far as that goes, if I had to choose one, that's what I choose.
Yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff out there. Like the one where people can't, like, can't recognize faces in general.
Yes.
Like, and I've got, actually Thaddeus has a friend like that who just cannot recognize faces. They're like, they just don't
Face
stick.
blind,
Kind of like you can't remember somebody's name. Like people are terrible with names. It's like faces just don't stick. I forget what it's called, but it's.
Yeah, actually, I almost saved one of those things.
Yeah. Face blindness. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I just said that. Don't even listen to me.
Oh, I was just reading Princess's thing.
I know, but I said it.
Yeah. Everybody said it. Now we've all said it.
Okay.
Who is the person you love most in your life? Now, imagine that person coming to talk to you. You see the face, but fail to recognize who that person is. A glitch in the brain suddenly took your ability to recognize the faces. As soon as they speak, you can recognize them with their voice. This is the case with face blindness, which is scientifically known as prosopagnosia. Today on Tiny Medicine, we will explore this scary but interesting neurological disorder. Prosopagnosia patients can follow the plot of movies since they are unable to recognize the characters. There are instances where people have failed to recognize their reflection in the mirror. Facial blindness can be associated with an inability to recognize some familiar objects. Some people may not even recognize their car. There's a book written by the famous neurologist Dr. Oliver Sacks called The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. In this book, the patient not only fails to recognize his wife's face, but also tries to lift off the face, mistaking it for his hat. Do you want to know how this brain glitch occurs? Let me simplify this for you. The occipital cortex of the brain is responsible for the perception of visual information. The signals generated by the eyes are carried by nerve tracts to the occipital cortex. Then, this information is relayed to the fusiform area of the temporal lobe. The fusiform area computes this information and tells you to whom this face belongs. In patients with prosopagnosia, eyes, nerve tracts, and occipital cortex are intact, but they have a defective fusiform area. The functions of the fusiform area can be disturbed by tumors, strokes, multiple sclerosis, and even congenitally. Okay, let me also tell you about a similar disorder. Imagine you are walking along a road and you come across a fire hydrant, but you see it as a face of a beloved person. This illusion of seeing faces in other objects is called pareidolia.
Definitely.
This can happen when the fusiform area mistakes the shadows and other details of the object for facial features. For most people, this illusion is only benign.
I see faces in fucking everything.
Do you see faces in these pictures?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, this is only a benign brain glitch. Let's get back to facial blindness. It is also interesting to know how neuropsychiatrists diagnose prosopagnosia. They will test the patient's ability to recognize famous people,
judge facial expressions, and memorize and recall unknown faces. An ophthalmologist will check the eyes to exclude vision problems. A neurologist will perform a full neurological examination to detect focal signs. Brain imaging will be used to rule out sinister causes. Unfortunately, there's no specific treatment for prosopagnosia. Most patients rely on other details like the voice, clothes, or the walking pattern to recognize people. Treating the underlying cause may lead to recovery in some patients. For others, there are therapies to improve facial recognition. If you are curious to learn about interesting medical cases, I have started a free weekly email newsletter with lots of illustrations. You can find the link in the description. I'm sure you are going to enjoy these weekly illustrations.
With the faces.
Thank you for
God.
watching. I'll see you soon with another interesting medical case.
There's a couple cool Facebook groups that are things with faces. I dig it. Yeah, wow.
I feel like anyone who has done a psychedelic has that to some extent. Like, there's faces are everywhere. Well, that's crazy. That's some crazy stuff.
That is crazy. How you could just not recognize people's faces. Actually, I just saw an article recently. I didn't read the article because it's celebrity stuff. I don't really normally pay too much attention to that. But it said that Brad Pitt has facial blindness, face blindness as well.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's. I mean, obviously it's not that severe, but yeah, he came out and talked about it. I guess I saw the headline and I was like, no way.
Oh, Princess, she was just corroborating that you see faces and stuff too. If that's what you're...
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure which thing you're referring to specifically. But, yeah, I see faces. We both see faces and everything. And there's 2 Facebook groups that have some awesome people post up things all the time of just stuff with faces in it. So, okay, it says Brad Pitt has never been formally diagnosed with the condition. He said in an interview that he had struggled for years to recognize people's faces. In 2013, he told Esquire that his inability to recognize people's faces had become so severe that he often wanted to isolate himself as a result. So that sucks. I wonder if there's an interview with him about it at all. Oh, that's only like 2 minutes. I'm really curious to see what he has to say about this.
Our Jimmy cover story. Brad Pitt saying he has face blindness. Now, that's a condition that he says leaves him unable to recognize faces. Kaylee Hartung has more on what this is and how it's treated. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, TJ. Brad Pitt has one of the most recognizable faces in the world. I mean, who wouldn't want to run into him at a party? But it turns out social settings often make him feel ashamed because he worries people think he's snubbing them when really he believes he's struggling with this rare condition. This morning, Brad Pitt opening up about a condition he says leaves him unable to recognize people's faces.
I don't know your name, but I remember that hair. And I remember your white little face.
The star telling GQ magazine that he believes he has prosopagnosia, or face blindness, preventing him from recognizing faces in social settings, saying, "Nobody believes me."
I don't know what else to say.
In prosopagnosia, experienced by about 2% of Americans, one's memory and sight are fine, but areas of the brain that process faces may not work properly.
For some people, it may be just some minor difficulties in remembering people's names and keeping strangers straight. And for other people, it may be more severe, such that they have issues with recognizing their own friends and family, or even issues recognizing their own reflection.
GQ writing, Pitt fears it's led to a certain impression of him, that he's remote and aloof, inaccessible, self-absorbed. The A-list actor describing the disorder in a 2013 Esquire magazine article saying, So many people hate me because they think I'm disrespecting them. I took 1 year where I just said, this year I'm going to cop to it and say to people, okay, where did we meet? But it just got worse. People were more offended.
Well, off the top of my head, I'd say you're looking at it. A Boski, a Jim Brown, a Miss Daisy, 2 Jethros, and Leon Spinks.
How do you know if you have face blindness? Experts say if you have trouble following movie plots because the actors look the same to you, or if you have difficulty recognizing a family member in a context where you aren't supposed to see them, you may have prosopagnosia.
It is such an abstract concept and really hard, even for medical professionals, to understand.
While there's no cure for this, experts say there are some methods to help, like memorizing a part of the face that's unique if someone wears glasses or has a birthmark. Now, Pitt has not been officially diagnosed with this condition, but there is testing available. TJ.
That is fascinating. It had to be scary for somebody going through that.
How does that
Surprising
work
story.
as an actor? Because you have to be doing scenes with certain people, and that would be extremely challenging to not even be able to recognize who you're fucking doing scenes with and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah. Unless you just know your lines and your parts and the scenes that you're doing and you're just doing the thing. But I also wonder with him if it's worse because, I mean, he's Brad Pitt. Everyone knows Brad Pitt. Like, everyone knows who he is, no matter where he goes or what. Like, everyone recognizes him and knows who he is. So he probably gets people all the time that come up and know who he is, and they know everything about him because it's all over the news and all over the media. And he's like, I don't know who you are. And they're like, we met. And he's like, I've met millions of people in his entire life.
Yeah.
Like, how many people has he met and talked to and seen in movies and shaken hands with on red carpets? Just like all these people. Like, I wonder if he's actually got it, or if he just is so well known and has met so many people that there's no way that his brain can keep all that straight.
Maybe.
Like, that's...
Yeah.
Unless it's like, you know, like they said with like family members and like best friends, like super close friends.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
or
know.
like an ex-girlfriend. Like, I wonder if he sees Jennifer Aniston. If he's like, I know that that's Jennifer Aniston, or if it's not. Like,
Yeah.
if he just has, he's like,
I don't know.
do I know you? And she's like, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. It's so weird.
don't
But I
know.
thought it was interesting they mentioned, like in the how do you know if you have it? And they said, like, if you see a family member somewhere where you're not supposed to see them and you don't recognize them there, because I've kind of got that same type of thing where, like, if it's not family members, like I recognize family members, but meeting people out and about, if I see them somewhere else, if they're not in the context where I met them, I will have no idea.
I
And-
struggle pretty hard with that too.
and I feel bad about that. Like, I mean, I just did that, like, the other night, and I still feel bad about this. Like, they're friends who were over here for our, like, at our house, and, like, we've talked to them multiple times, and I did not recognize.
And it was twice within a few weeks, within about a month, maybe, max.
Yeah.
With the same person.
Well, I recognized him. Her I hadn't seen.
Okay.
She didn't come out to the bar.
But you did recognize Nate, and you could remember where he...
No, I recognized him, and I knew that I knew him. But I recognized him enough to know that he was a friend we had met, and I knew who he was. Placing him and figuring out where he was from.
But
no
that's
idea.
interesting because we had just talked about it. Because he was like, we were at the bar, and he's like, who is that guy? I'm like, that's Nate. You know, Nate and Susan, they've been over. They were Jay and Silent Bob for the Halloween party. And he's like, okay, okay. And then flash forward 3 weeks, maybe a month later, he
Yeah.
shows up again. And Dusty did the, like, okay, I know you, but I cannot figure it out. And we had, like, already went over it. So it wasn't even, like, downloaded. It was just, like, in and out.
Yeah. No, and I
you know?
definitely did not have his name. And then, like, his wife, I just was like, but yeah, if it's out of context, like, gone.
Yeah.
Like, and
There's
it's a struggle.
One of my friends, I guess, acquaintance or whatever, it got ridiculous because it was multiple times that he had to tell me his name. And at the point, probably on the fourth time, that he had to remind me who he was. He was kind of like, dude, it's kind of ridiculous at this point. And then I, like, zoned in and I was able to be like, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But I noticed a really interesting one of that people out of context. When I had met Rebecca, there was a house down the street from us that was on fire. And me and Tavia walked down there and we were like checking out this house on fire. It was crazy. And this chick was like, "Hey, I know you guys. You know, I've seen you a bunch of times at Choop where you work." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." She's like, "Yeah, you're friends with multiple of my friends, but whatever. Hi, it's nice to officially meet you." I was like, "Oh, great." And the next night, she comes into my karaoke job, and I did not fucking recognize her. I had just met her the day before. We sat outside for like 45 minutes. Apparently, she'd already known me, so I'd seen her before. Literally, she was out of context, and I just had like a blank on it. And she's like, "Hi, oh my God, it's so nice to see you." And I was like, "Yeah. Sure." And then she started telling somebody else. She's like, "Yeah, I totally met Sammy last night while we were watching this fire." And I was like, "Oh my God," like last night.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, I mean, I don't think I necessarily have like the severe condition, but I struggle with placing people a lot of times. And I, similarly to that situation, I know so many people from everywhere. And sometimes I can recognize them, but I can't figure out where from. But sometimes straight up people come up to me and they're talking to me. They know my name. They know where I work. They know things about me. I have zero recollection of ever seeing their face before. I have nothing. I have completely nothing. And that is what freaks me out. That totally freaks me out.
Yeah. Oh, Plain Toast, good night.
Oh, good night, Plain Toast.
Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. It was good to see you. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I'm so
nice
glad you came to hang out with us tonight.
Yeah.
For some weird shit. Oh, I love you. I hope you come back around soon and hang out with us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Goblin. That's a thing too. And yeah, you work with so many people. You know, like how are you ever going to really remember and connect with every single one of them? And I also think one of our issues too is that we look different. We stand out, and people recognize us. So anywhere that we go, like especially with your hair, people know who you are. They remember that, and like, a lot of people just kind of look normal, and there's nothing really that stands out, like, which is fine. But when there's no striking feature that just sticks, it's hard to hold on to a specific like facial feature, and for me, like if I don't sit down and have like an in-depth conversation with you and like we hang out for a while, like you're probably gonna pass in and out real fast. And I always tell people, like, whenever we introduce each other, I'm like, I am going to ask your name so many times, and please don't get mad. Like, it's just, trust me, it's everyone. And unless you're like one of my 5 best friends or Sammy, like names just go, like, I don't know why. But
I try to find association things that helps me. Visual associations in my mind tend to help me a little bit with that. But sometimes it's in and out, it's gone.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea. Sometimes people can tell me their names multiple times and I still am like, nothing.
Sometimes nothing.
It's weird. It's definitely weird.
Yeah.
So it looks like, everybody kind of struggles one way or another with that to some, I can't say everybody, but a lot of people do. So maybe it is a form of face blindness, a mild case of it. Do you have a problem with movies and stuff like that, following the characters?
No.
You think everyone looks like Jake Gyllenhaal, though?
I mean, but everyone does.
He's like, is that Jake Gyllenhaal? Is that Jake Gyllenhaal? Like, all the time. It's so fucking funny, dude.
Actually, I guess, now that you mention that, I have struggled in movies. Especially when it's like, especially because they use, like, somebody who's far too young to be a mother, and then someone who's far too old to be a high school kid. And, like the mother-daughter thing, and, the mother is dealing with some issues, and then they cut over to the daughter, and, like, she's dealing with some things, and I'm like, I thought she was just over here doing this thing. I have gotten that crossed up, but it is generally some kind of similarity like that. But it does get, I have ran into that before, where I'm like, I thought that person just, like, didn't they die? I thought that person died. Like, no, it was the other person. Like, oh, like, was it the same actress playing both of them? I don't know.
You know what? Yeah,
But
I think there's been times that now that we're talking about it, I didn't really think about it before, but yeah, I think you might actually have that condition, mild version, but still, I think you might, because there's definitely a lot of struggles in talking about the movies and stuff. I think there's times where like, no, it's the other guy, dude, and you're like, okay.
Like, oh. Yeah, totally.
Weird.
What do you mean that's not Jake Gyllenhaal? It's totally Donnie Darko. Yeah, maybe. And like you said, if there's mild forms of it where it just comes from like difficulty remembering people's faces out of context, like maybe, you know, like I wouldn't be surprised. But it's difficult for me. Like I really struggle remembering people, and especially like going out to karaoke and stuff, and all the people that kind of follow the karaoke circuit. And like, it's like, well, did I meet this person at karaoke at one of the other nights, or did I meet them at the art gallery, or are they from one of your other jobs? Like, or were they, you know, from Choop or Luna, or were they from my job? Like, did I meet them somewhere in one of my jobs? Like, I run into that a lot. But it's generally like
that's tough.
Generally with their face, like I'll be like, okay, we have met before, but it's like, did we just meet and pass by each other, or did we sit and hang out multiple times at, you know, somewhere? Like, I don't know, but I know we probably met.
See, with some people, like, I know that we met, but I can't figure out where we met, and that's a very common thing for me. But I swear there's been so many times where I have no recollection that I've ever looked at this person's face before.
Mm-hmm.
And people will call me out something. They'll be like, yeah, we totally hung out that one time. Or, oh, we talked about this thing or whatever. And I try to play it off. Hey, nice to see you, dude. How are you? Things are good, you know? Like, I try to play it off, but it happens kind of a lot. It really does. And then,
yeah,
I don't know. It happens more often than I would feel comfortable with, because people do recognize me a lot. But when people are like, yeah, that one time you told me about that thing or whatever, and I'm like, I talked to you? Like, actually, like you didn't just see me in passing? Like, you, oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it fucks me up sometimes. It's freaked me out in the past, where I'm like, I have zero recollection, so I can't even place you in an out of context way. Like, I don't think I've ever looked at you in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And that's why, at an early age, I've started just referring to everyone as like dude or buddy or whatever. I'm like, oh, hey buddy, like, how's it going? Like, I say that to everyone so that in those scenarios I can say that and it's normal. Like, I even refer to all my friends like that too, so that, you know, it is a friend thing, but also if I don't remember you, it's fine, because I do that to everyone. So, and I normalized that for myself many years ago.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Gotta find ways to work around it, you know?
Yeah.
Shit. Interesting. So, yeah.
Interesting.
I guess.
Have to take tests. Do I have this? It's okay.
Yeah, actually, I just copied the name of it on here, and I was going to type in tests. It usually exists. I was thinking that. I saved it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Probably.
no problem.
Well,
That's
yeah.
interesting. Well, cool. I think this was a really fun night talking about a bunch of weird shit.
Super fun night.
I hope we all have a little bit more appreciation for our bodies in the state that they are in, even though they might not be a great state. It's probably better than the majority of the people we talked about tonight.
Oh, dear.
So perspective is everything, and I'm sure glad that we don't have to deal with some of those things. Princess says, I've always had issues with names, so I always say so and tell people I will remember your XYZs, but names, nope. Okay. Yep. Okay. At least you're honest about it. I'm glad you guys are honest about it.
Yeah. I always lay that out right in the beginning. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I try to, but as much as I try, the names won't stay.
It's tough with me at karaoke, because someone will come in and I'm typing their name in and I'm calling them out on the microphone, and then the next week they'll come in and I'm like, fuck. What's this guy's fucking name? Like, I'm so sorry, can you tell me your name again?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. And then by the third week, if you're coming in consistently and on the third week, now I feel like a total dick. I did that with Ken. It took me a long time to remember Ken. Way longer than it should have, and I felt really bad about it.
Yeah.
But I got it now, but it took like honing it in. Like, the guy has been to every single karaoke at Two Fingers that I have hosted, and it took me way longer than I wish that it did. But I do my best. Yeah. But sometimes I'm like, oh shit. Because I don't know if somebody comes in, if they're going to come back. I don't like download every single person's name in their face. Yeah. And it sucks when someone's really nice and I'm like, what's this guy's name?
Especially when you're doing shit and you just like, you see it on a slip and you type it in, you move along like that, you know, you're busy.
Oh, Two Fingers is a good tequila? Really? Never heard of it.
It's also a good bar.
It is a very good bar where I host karaoke on Thursday nights. So if you feel so inclined, you should come hang out at Two Fingers for my karaoke. Come hang out with us.
Yeah.
I know you're around.
We'll be there tomorrow night.
We'll be there tomorrow night. 8 to midnight-ish. So, you should come.
Yeah.
But I don't know what your face looks like, so you have to tell me who you are.
And if you tell us your name, don't expect us to remember that. But if you say, I'm H Money, we'll be like, H Money. See, I honestly, I think it helps here because I read it. And seeing it, we took a test in, whenever I first got to college, we did a test on our learning style. And I found out that my auditory learning and my visual learning were pretty much even, which was weird because everybody else that took the test, they had one learning style that was higher than all the others, and mine were even. And in assessing it, realized that basically meant that if I'm hearing stuff, it helps me remember it, and if I'm seeing it written, it helps me remember it.
Mhm.
So putting those two together is really what makes it stick. So when I'm here and I'm reading like the chat names, H Money sticks, and I see it, I can see it in my head, I can hear it, and I have it. Princess sticks, and like all the chat names stick more than what the real chatters' names will, which is interesting for me. I mean, even like Princess, like we talk, like we're on Messenger, but it has that disconnect, so it's weird for me. But if somebody, from the chat just came up to the bar and was like, introduced themselves with their chat name, I'd be like, oh, and I would know exactly who that was.
Mhm.
And that would be the name that would stay. Like, they would be like, here's my real name, and I'd be like, I'm
Probably forget that,
I'm gonna
yeah.
call you H Money forever. Like, so,
Totally.
But yeah, I think the seeing it and hearing it is really what makes things stick for me.
Me writing stuff out and reading it, I have a very, very visual memory,
Mhm.
so I can see their name written out in my head. So if I get to write it, it helps me substantially, where I can even kind of take a snapshot of the way that they write it or something like that. So
Yeah.
I can freeze frame shit like that. That helps me a lot.
Yeah.
But if they just say it, a lot of times it's like.
Yeah.
Oh, and H Money. So we're not necessarily in Seattle proper. We're not downtown or anything like that.
No.
It's basically the line of White Center in West Seattle. So it's not quite in the city,
Yeah.
close to Burien and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
we live in West Seattle, and the bar Two Fingers is right on the West Seattle White Center border, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not crazy city life.
Social experiment. My name is Todd. Let's see if you can remember it when I come back.
Okay.
Okay.
That is a good experiment.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Todd. But see, it's written here, so that's good.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
seeing it.
yeah.
Todd is good.
Yep.
Now, if it was in a different color, like Recording Goblin is, that might help. But Todd.
Oh, you're on the other side? I thought you were in Auburn or something.
Oh.
No? The other side, the north side? I swear I thought you said Auburn or Kent or something like
Todd,
that. No?
Todd.
Oh, Renton? That's literally 20 minutes from
You're
here.
right there. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah. It's...
And then...
No, that's not the... it's not that far east. It's literally probably 22 minutes for you to get to us.
Maybe.
And it's not even through any Seattle traffic or anything like that. It's really
Nighttime, not even. That's not the other side of Seattle.
It's not the other side of Seattle. It's
White
south.
Center is the south side of Seattle.
We're on the very south. Seattle's here.
We're way
We're
north.
here, and you're here.
Yeah.
It's literally not anywhere near, the city of Seattle.
Yeah. You won't be anywhere near
At all.
Seattle.
Nope. Look at a map.
See?
You would not
No
have
excuse.
to cross through anywhere.
And then if you go to Boombox is even closer than Two Fingers to you.
I mean, it's literally 2 blocks away from each other.
it's even
but
closer.
they're both
See?
really close.
Super close.
Yep. I'm just saying.
Hmm.
I would think about it. It's about 20 minutes.
I would think about it. I'm already thinking about it.
We just went to Renton for dumplings the other day. It was
Mm.
no big deal. It
Oh,
was
yeah,
the best
Renton-
dumplings too.
Renton's super
Goes on.
easy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I'm just saying, think about it.
Yeah. Todd.
I
I'm
love
gonna
it. I
remember.
love that
I'm
you're
gonna
trying
remember
so hard.
Todd.
That's good.
I'm working on Todd.
Good. I hope so. Hope you can do it. Cool. Well, I had so much fun tonight, guys. I had a really fun time. Thank you guys all for hanging out.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody that gifted subs out and bits and all that jazz. See, you do like watching karaoke. I will serenade you.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm the host.
You make a song request.
That's my job.
She'll sing it.
I'm on the microphone. It's fun. I will sing songs for you. Our karaoke that we do at Two Fingers, it's special. It is it's called Old Bones Karaoke. I made up this whole theme karaoke myself. It is only old school jams. It is nothing 2000 or after at all. Hard cutoff at the 2000s. So no modern pop music, no fucking hideous, horrid music. No offense.
Those files are broken.
Yeah, we just don't have it. We don't have it at all. So it's all older music. Which 90s to me doesn't feel like older music, but in fact it's 25, ish years old. So
that's classic.
I had to keep that in mind that most of the music is at least a quarter of a century old.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Alf, you're only 2.5 hours away. That's super easy.
You should come too.
You can always crash at our place too.
That's what I'm saying. You guys should. Why don't we stream karaoke? I don't know. I feel like that would be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's just like a bar with a bunch of random other people doing karaoke. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do that. Also, just getting the sound to work right in that setting. I don't know how we would get that to sound well enough to be done. I don't know if Roxy does it.
I mean, I guess we just pop a fucking thing up, but we'd have to have people, make sure people understood they were on a live stream too.
Yeah.
To make sure.
Oh.
Just out of respect, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe at some point that could happen. It could be kind of fun. Actually, maybe I can make that a thing and we could promote it and be like, hey, we're going to be streaming live. Come sing your best songs.
Come sing your best song.
Not about
Don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up.
It'll be live for the world to see. All 13 people watching.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do. I hope you come out. It'd be really nice to meet you. H Money. That would be very, very cool. And Alf, of course, if you want to drive 2.5 hours to come to karaoke, I recommend it.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yes. So, cool. Well, I love all of you guys. And thank you for coming. And we're going to be back on Monday. And we'll do some weird news. And then we will
and we're gonna open
eat some
snacks.
We're going to eat Waybug snacks. Which I'm really excited
snacks.
about. It's going to be good. We're going to see what those people down under are eating. It's going to be great.
Maybe we make fairy bread.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I do have sprinkles. I have a lot of sprinkles.
And the Tim Tam Slam. I don't know what that is.
Tim Tam Slam. We're going to find out.
I don't know.
I'm going to check it out.
We're going to learn all kinds of weird things.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm into it.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Awesome.
Well, let's see. What should we... who should we raid tonight?
I don't know.
See who's...
You guys feeling like a raid? Are you guys wanting to raid
Anybody
along
down to
somewhere?
hang out for a raid?
Oh,
Let's see. Yeah, the Tim Tams are a cookie, but what's the slam?
Yeah.
He said there's a slam, and I don't know what that means. But I love Tim Tams, but I don't know. Do you put something in between them as like a cookie sandwich? What does that mean?
I don't know. Tim Tam Slam. Sounds like a wrestling move.
The axolotls. They only have 2 viewers. Oh, that's flapping around right now. They have new tanks.
They got flapping axolotls?
Yeah, it's swimming and looking really cute.
There's a swimming axolotl.
Oh my god, let's go to the axolotls.
We're gonna go to the axolotls.
Oh my god. 2 axolotls. Yes.
Now I gotta figure out how to spell axolotl.
Oh, perfect. Okay, Waybug said just add bread and butter and the rest is in the package. Yes. We got the special sprinkles. The special fairy bread sprinkles. Oh. Yes.
2 axolotls. Are you going to Matt Suarez? Okay. Sully was on there.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Princess is gonna watch the 2 axolotls with us. Okay.
Yeah, you guys see these little axolotls. They're so fucking cute, dude.
And then if you get bored, you can go over to Matt Suarez. And
yeah, it's all we said.
tell him that we said hello. Yes.
Yes, I'll need drinks. I'm ready. Need to Google back. Make certain coffee or tea is not too hot. Okay. Okay. I will follow all directions for this very specific.
Oh, we're gonna take all
Australia.
your directions.
Oh my god, it's gonna be great.
It would be super cool if we could call you in If you could take a break at work.
Yeah, can you take a break at work so we can call you in when we eat
call you
snacks?
in while we do it. That'd be fun. Then you could just tell us how we're supposed to be doing this.
That would be so fun.
And give us the heads up that whenever you put Vegemite on things, you don't just slather it on there. You do a tiny...
I hope you did not send Vegemite
tiny
because
spoon.
I fucking already ate that shit on Roxy's stream and it was fucking horrid. God.
You know, I've had worse.
That was the worst, man. Or Marmite. I've never had Marmite, but I bet it's the same.
Marmite's got to be better.
Yes. Okay, you'll be in the office, so... Okay. That's okay, but you will...
You have to take a snack break.
Yeah, but you can at least hang out and listen.
You can watch us.
So that will be good.
Things.
Yeah, you'll make English tea for Monday night too. Awesome. Okay, we'll have a tea party.
Awesome.
Yay! I love tea parties. I have tea all the time. It's my favorite. All
We're
right,
gonna go
guys.
see
Well,
some axolotls.
yeah, go say hi to the axolotls for us, and we'll see you on Monday.
Yes.
Bye, everybody. Appreciate you.
everyone.